Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Invisible Check-In, Guests Erased from Reality. The night shift at the Golden Pines Motel was quieter than I expected, but not in the way you'd think. I'd taken this job mostly because it was close to home and the pay was steady enough. Nights alone, watching the dusty road outside, logging incoming guests, and pretending I wasn't counting the hours until dawn. The previous clerk had left after a month, citing weird vibes, but I didn't believe in ghost stories. Not really. Still, sometimes I thought about those words when the wind rattled the window panes or a car passed far too slowly in the dead of night. By 10 o'clock, the few cars that had pulled up to the peeling sign out front had settled in. The motel was the kind of place that never quite looked like it was open, even when it was. Paint chipped away from the wooden posts holding the faded awning, and the cracked concrete steps leading to the rooms were littered with brittle leaves that scraped softly underfoot with every passing breeze. The street lamp outside flickered overhead, throwing long, uncertain shadows across the parking lot. I heard the first set of footsteps around 11, soft, deliberate, a pair of shoes on gravel. Nothing unusual, except the figures didn't appear on the security cameras mounted above the lobby doors. I checked the monitor twice, a little frown creasing my forehead. The cameras were old but reliable. That's when I noticed something else. The night janitor, a guy named Benny, walked past the entrance without a glance. No nod, no greeting. It was like the people arriving didn't exist. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe those guests were slipping in through the back, or Benny was just tired and distracted. But then it happened again. And again. People arriving, barely making a sound, disappearing into rooms without a word. The other staff, Benny, the cook, even the manager on duty, acted like they weren't there. Like the world was ignoring these visitors. The lobby was freezing despite the heater humming quietly beneath the counter. I wrapped my jacket tighter around myself and tried to shake the unease settling in my chest. The radio crackled with static as I flipped through stations, landing on a late-night news report. The anchor's voice was calm but steady, talking about a string of disappearances in the county over the past few weeks. Young men and women vanishing without a trace. No leads, no witnesses. I suppose it was the timing that caught me off guard. The names they read out, some sounded familiar. I'd seen them around town, at the grocery store, the gas station, the high school football games. I rubbed my eyes and leaned closer to the screen, the words blurring for a moment. That's when I realized the faces on the missing persons posters taped to the bulletin board behind the counter matched the people slipping into the rooms. My hands trembled. I blinked hard, convinced I was connecting dots that weren't actually there. But the images stuck with me, a knot tightening in my stomach. I wanted to ask Benny, or the cook, or anyone, but the silence in the motel was thick, impenetrable. Like everyone was holding their breath. Around midnight, a cold draft swept through the lobby, making the old blinds rattle against the window. The scent of damp earth and rot filtered in. I shivered. Outside, a dog barked once, distant and sharp, then silence. Complete silence. I found myself watching the hallway leading to the rooms, heart thudding in my ears. The faint hum of the air conditioning masked the occasional creak of floorboards. I could hear muffled voices sometimes, low and hurried, but when I tried to listen more closely, the sound stopped, replaced by the soft shuffling of feet retreating down the corridor. I caught a glimpse of a figure in room 5, a young woman, face pale under the dim hallway light, eyes wide and unfocused. She didn't meet my gaze. She moved like she was searching for something, or maybe running from it. I cleared my throat, stepping closer, but before I could speak, the door clicked shut behind her. No knock, no warning. I called out, "Hey, are you okay?" My voice sounded too loud, too intrusive in the quiet night. No answer. I knocked softly, waited. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the air conditioner and the distant echo of footsteps fading away. Later, Benny came by to check on the lobby. He glanced at the closed door without comment, his expression unreadable. "You see anything weird tonight?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. He shook his head. "Nothing I haven't seen before." But the way he said it didn't sit right. I wanted to press him, but something in his eyes warned me off. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, that I was just tired, imagining things in the shadows. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the motel itself was watching me back, silent, patient, waiting. As the clock crept towards 1 in the morning, I found myself standing by the window, staring out at the empty road. The night held its breath, and I wondered how many more faces would slip through these doors unnoticed before someone finally spoke up. Something was wrong here. I just didn't know exactly what yet. A sudden creak from the hallway jolted me, then silence. The creak echoed again, louder this time, cutting through the quiet like an item through damp cardboard. I didn't move for what felt like forever, ears straining for any sign of movement. No footsteps, no shuffling, just the hum of the air conditioner's rattle and a faint buzz from the neon vacancy sign outside. The smell of stale cigarette smoke and musty carpet filled the lobby, pinching at the back of my throat. I swallowed hard. Then, a soft knock at the office door startled me so badly I nearly jumped out of my skin. Benny's face appeared in the crack beneath the door, his eyes half-lidded but sharp as ever. "You good in there?" he asked, voice low. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual but my voice caught. "Just thought I heard something." He pushed open the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. The office was cramped, cluttered with logbooks, a half-empty coffee cup, and a dusty stack of flyers advertising local attractions that nobody ever asked about. Benny leaned against the desk, folding his arms. "You sure you're okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed, but it was hollow. If there were ghosts here, I'd be the first to check out. He gave me a sideways look. "Maybe you're closer than you think." Then he tapped the side of his head, smirking. "Heads up, kid. This place has a way of messing with your mind if you let it." I wanted to press him for more about the creek, about the strange guests slipping in unnoticed, about those missing persons I'd glimpsed on the news, but Benny already seemed done talking. He wiped his hands on his jeans and headed for the door. "Get some rest if you can. Night's far from over." Left alone, I stared at the blank TV screen mounted in the corner, its red standby light blinking steadily. The office felt smaller than before, the weight of the night pressing in. My fingers itched to do something, anything, to break the silence. I pulled open the drawer and found the motel's guest log, a battered leather-bound book with pages yellowed by time. Flipping through, I scanned names and check-in times, looking for any inconsistencies. The entries were mostly mundane, travelers passing through, a few locals staying for a night or two. But then my eyes caught something. Room 17, checked in at 11:30. Name, M. Barrett. No phone number, no address. I jotted it down. I pulled out my phone and searched for the name. My stomach dropped. Madeline Barrett, missing for over a week. The news had briefed her disappearance, a young woman last seen downtown, vanished without a trace. I wasn't imagining things at all. That was when the creeping dread hit me full force. These invisible guests weren't just random wanderers. They were the missing people. And the motel staff, Benny included, were acting like they didn't exist. I closed the logbook quickly, heart pounding. The taxi driver from earlier came to mind, the way he glanced nervously at the motel sign before speeding away. Was he aware of something? Or just spooked by the place's reputation? I couldn't tell, but the unease lingered. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to check room 17. I grabbed the master key from the hook, the cold metal smooth and heavy in my palm. The hallway outside was empty, shadows pooling under the flickering lights. I hesitated, then slid the key into the lock. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a small, cramped room. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and old fabric. A thin mattress sat on a sagging frame, the sheets were rumpled but clean. On the nightstand, a half-empty water glass and a paperback book lay abandoned. No sign of Madeline Barrett. I stepped inside, the floor creaking underfoot, and scanned the room for anything out of place. On the wall, a faded postcard showed a beach scene, sunny, serene, a stark contrast to the motel's dim gloom. I picked it up and turned it over. A scribbled note, "Wish you were here." A sudden noise made me jump. The window rattled slightly in its frame, a gust of cold air slipping through a cracked pane. I pulled the shutters closed and locked the window, feeling a shiver run down my spine. Back in the office, I sat down and tried to piece it all together. Why were these missing people here? The staff's indifference suddenly felt sinister, like a silent agreement to pretend nothing was wrong. But why? And who was behind it? The phone rang, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I jumped and fumbled to pick it up. "Hello?" "Hey, it's Lisa," said the voice on the other end, breathless and urgent. Lisa was the morning shift clerk, usually chipper and unflappable. "I don't know if you're still there, but something weird's going on. Guests keep asking about rooms that don't exist. One lady just said she saw a man in the lobby who vanished. Literally vanished." I rubbed my forehead. A man who vanished. "Lisa, are you sure?" "Yeah, I know how that sounds, but look, I'm serious." And the weird part? The cameras in the lobby are glitching. Like static and weird shadows. I'm freaked out. Static on the security cameras? That was impossible. The system was old but functional. Unless someone was tampering with it. "Stay put," I said, trying to keep calm. "I'll be there in a few minutes." I grabbed the flashlight from the desk drawer, the beam narrow but strong. The lobby was colder than before, the stale air thick and hard to breathe. I swept the light across the room. Empty chairs, a dusty coffee pot, the same flickering bulb overhead. Then I saw it. Footprints. Faint but distinct, trailing from the entrance toward the back hallway where the staff rooms were. They weren't on the carpet but on the worn linoleum, smudged and fresh. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry. I followed the trail, heart hammering. The hallway was dark, the flickering light casting long shadows that played tricks on my eyes. At the end, the staff break room door was closed. I knocked softly. "Lisa?" I called. No answer. I pushed the door open. Empty. The small room smelled of stale coffee and something metallic, like rust or old blood. My stomach twisted. Then I noticed the small calendar hanging crookedly on the wall. The date was circled in red. Today. There was a note scrawled beneath it, "Don't trust the night." I swallowed hard, the words echoing in my mind. Who had written that? Why? Suddenly, the office phone buzzed again. I answered quickly. "Look outside," Lisa whispered, her voice trembling. I turned to the window just in time to see a figure slip into a black sedan parked under the flickering streetlight. The car sped off into the night, headlights cutting through the fog. And then the lobby door creaked shut, locking itself behind me. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the low hum of the air, cold and heavy with silence conditioner, and the distant echo of footsteps fading away. The sedan's taillights vanished into the fog, swallowed by the night, and I stayed frozen by the window longer than I should have. The stale air in the break room pressed against my skin like a damp sheet, and the metallic scent still lingered, sharp and unsettling. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill that wasn't just from the cold. Lisa's whispered warning, "Don't trust the night," reverberated through my mind with a strange insistence, like an echo I couldn't quite place. I closed the window and took a slow breath. The hallway outside was silent, except for the low hum of the flickering fluorescence overhead. I glanced back at the crooked calendar, the dates circled in red. Today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. Today. Whoever wrote that wanted someone, maybe me, to pay attention. I pocketed the note, heart still hammering, and stepped back into the hall. The trail of smudged footprints was gone. No fresh marks led anywhere, just the usual dirt and wear. Like nothing had happened. But I knew better. The front desk phone buzzed again, making me jump this time. I grabbed it before it stopped ringing. "Hello?" I said, voice low, cautious. Silence. Then, a faint click and a rustle. Then a voice. Not Lisa's but a man's, low and hurried. "Check room 12. Now." The line went dead. Room 12. The name sounded familiar, but when I thought hard, I couldn't place it. I pulled out the motel logbook from under the counter, pages yellowed and curling, and flipped through the names. Room 12 was empty. No guest had checked in there for days. At least, not officially. I swallowed hard and pushed off from the desk. The hallway stretched out before me, shadows pooling in the corners. I felt the worn plaster walls, rough and cracked, beneath my fingertips as I passed. It was colder here. The air smelled like damp carpet and something faintly sour. I paused at room 12, my hand on the knob, feeling the cool metal bite into my skin. I hesitated. Something wasn't right. But curiosity, or maybe something darker, pushed me forward. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by the flickering yellow glow from the street lamp outside that filtered through the thin curtains. The bed was unmade, sheets twisted and stained. A faint odor of sweat and something else, old cigarettes, maybe, hung thick in the air. The desk lamp on the bedside table was broken, its bulb shattered, bits of glass scattered like tiny stars on the scratched surface. I scanned the room quickly. Nothing obvious. Then my eyes caught the small notebook lying half hidden under the bed. I knelt and reached for it, the floor cold and sticky beneath my knees. The cover was leather, cracked and worn. I flipped it open. Names. Dates. Addresses. Some crossed out, some circled. The names matched the missing persons I'd seen in the news over the last few weeks. People who had just vanished without a trace. No ransom notes, no calls, no clues. Just disappeared. And here, in this shabby motel, were their names like a list. My hands trembled as I closed the notebook. A sudden noise, the soft click of the door behind me, made me whip around. No one. Just the thin curtain swaying slightly in the cold breeze from a cracked window. I shut the window quickly, heart slamming. The feeling of being watched crept up my spine like icy fingers. I should have left then. I should have run. But I didn't. Instead, I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the notebook's page, the flash briefly illuminating the peeling wallpaper and the cracked ceiling. Back at the front desk, I stared at the photo, trying to make sense of it. Why would these missing people be connected to this motel? And who had written the note on the calendar? Lisa? But where was she? And why warn me? The phone rang again, sharp and insistent. I answered before it finished. Don't go to the office, Lisa's voice whispered, breathless. They're watching. The others, they're not just guests. They're... Static swallowed her words. Then silence. I slammed the receiver down, my breath ragged. Who's watching? Who are the others? I muttered to myself, but the only answer was the dull hum of the overhead lights. I looked around the lobby, expecting to see someone, anyone, but it was empty. The front door locked, the windows dark. Outside, the fog thickened, swallowing the street. I realized then there was no way out. The roads were blocked. No cabs. No buses. And the staff? They weren't just ignoring the invisible guests. They were protecting them. Part of it. Or afraid. I needed to know more. To understand what I'd stumbled into. But every step I took deeper into the night only tightened the noose. Later, I found the motel security room. The monitors flickered weakly, graining images of empty hallways and vacant parking lots. But one screen caught my eye, the live feed from the back alley. A figure stood there. Watching. Waiting. Not moving. The silhouette was unmistakable. It was the man from the phone. The one who told me to check room 12. I leaned closer. The figure's face was hidden in shadow, but the posture was deliberate, calm. Like a predator waiting for the right moment. I pressed the intercom button, voice trembling despite myself. Who are you? What do you want? No answer. Only the distant bark of a dog, the rustling of wind through dry leaves. Then, a new sound. Footsteps. Slow. Soft. Approaching the office door. I froze. The lock rattled. And my phone buzzed again. A new message. From an unknown number. The night is full of secrets. Don't trust anyone. They're already inside. The lock clicked. Silence. Complete silence. The lock clicked. I swallowed hard. The intercom button was still pressed down in my hand, the plastic cold and slippery. My fingers trembled. Who are you? I asked, voice rough and low, barely a whisper. What do you want? He stepped inside without answering, the floorboards groaning under his weight. I caught the faint scent of tobacco and something else, something metallic, maybe rust or old sweat. It made my stomach twist. Behind him, the door creaked shut, the lock clicking into place again with a finality that felt like a noose tightening around my neck. The sudden quiet was worse than any noise. The hum of the old refrigerator in the lobby, the distant highway's murmur, even the flicker of the dying fluorescent light overhead, it all disappeared. I was trapped in a bubble of silence, the kind that presses against your eardrums until you want to scream. He took a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine. You've seen too much, he said, voice calm but edged with something cold. That wasn't an accident, you know. I clenched my jaw, trying to shove down the panic clawing at my ribs. What do you want from me? A witness is a problem, he said, voice low enough to be a threat. But you can be useful. My mind scrambled. Useful? To whom? For what? I glanced at the door, locked. No way out without him noticing. I was trapped, and the pieces I'd been gathering about the missing people, the silent guests, the staff who pretended not to see, they were closing in on me faster than I thought. You don't have to do this, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We can figure something out. He laughed, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. You think this is about you? About figuring something out? He shook his head slowly. No. This is about control. About keeping the truth buried under layers of silence and shadows. My hands were sweating, slick against the chipped countertop. I took a breath, tasting the bitter tang of fear and stale coffee in my mouth. What truth? He crouched down, close enough that I could see the faint lines around his eyes, the slight twitch of his lips. The ones who disappear. The ones nobody can find. They come here. You saw them. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Why? Why here? What happens to them? His gaze shifted to the security monitors, their grainy images flickering. Not all disappearances are accidents or runaways. Some people get lost in the cracks because someone wants them lost. The words settled like ice in my veins. I thought about the news reports I'd been following, the faces in the missing persons bulletins that seemed to haunt this place. The quiet guests who slipped through the shadows, invisible to the staff. The way the motel seemed to breathe around me, alive with secrets. He stood up straight, the light catching his profile like a statue carved from shadow. You're going to help me keep those cracks sealed. His voice dropped to a whisper. Or you're going to become another one of them. The threat hung in the air like a storm about to break. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but my mouth felt dry and useless. Instead, I forced myself to think. To plan. What do you want me to do? I asked finally, voice barely more than a breath. He smiled then, a thin, cruel line. Watch. Listen. Report. And most importantly, don't ask too many questions. Before I could respond, the office door creaked again. The sound was faint but distinct, like a warning bell. We both froze, eyes darting toward the entrance. Footsteps, fast and light, echoed down the hallway outside. Someone was coming, and neither of us had time to hide. I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The man glanced at me once, sharply, before stepping back into the shadows near the wall. His presence was a dark smear against the peeling wallpaper, impossible to ignore. The door opened wider, and a woman stepped inside. Her face was pale, eyes wide with something between fear and determination. Are you okay? She asked, voice low but urgent. I wanted to say yes. To pretend everything was normal. But the knot in my stomach tightened, and my voice cracked when I answered, No. I'm not. She looked at me, and for a moment, I thought she might say more, offer help, maybe even protection. But then her eyes flicked to the shadowed corner where the man waited, and her expression changed. Something cold slid into her gaze, a warning. Stay quiet, she whispered, urgency bleeding into her tone. They're watching. All of them. You don't want to be next. The words hit me like a blow. Who? I asked, voice trembling. She shook her head, glancing toward the door like the walls themselves might have ears. The ones who keep this place running. The ones who make sure the missing stay missing. The man in the shadows stepped forward then, silencing us all with a glance. Enough, he said. This isn't a conversation. His presence filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay again, heavier now, suffocating. The woman's eyes flashed with defiance, but she stayed silent. I felt trapped between them, the weight of everything I'd uncovered pressing down like a suffocating fog. My hands were clammy, my breath short and sharp. What do you want from us? The woman's voice was steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath it. He smiled, slow and cruel. Compliance. Silence. Obedience. I realized then that I was the only one left who could resist. The only one still standing in the middle of this gathering storm. But how long could I last before the darkness claimed me too? Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and stirring the dead leaves. The motel was no longer just a building, it was a trap, a cage, a waiting nightmare. And I was running out of time. The woman glanced at me again. "You have a choice," she whispered. "But it's disappearing fast." The man's smile widened. "Choose wisely." The fluorescent light flickered once more, then died. The room plunged into near darkness, shadows swallowing us whole. Silence. Complete silence. Then the door slammed shut. The night had only just begun. The darkness didn't last long. The woman was there, leaning against the peeling wallpaper, eyes wide and unblinking. The man was gone. For a moment, I wondered if he had slipped away through some hidden passage, something I hadn't noticed in the broken-down motel, or if he had simply vanished like a ghost. The thought sent a chill through me, but there was no time to dwell on it. "Are you okay?" I asked, voice rough and a little too loud in the quiet. She nodded, though her lips were pressed so tightly together they looked bruised. "We don't have much time." I swallowed hard. The weight of everything, the missing people, the silent guests, the staff who never blinked, pressed on my chest like a lead weight. I couldn't just stand here. I had to act. "We need to get out," I said, though the words felt hollow. Outside, the wind was still rattling the windows, a low groan threading through the night like a warning. She looked at me, eyes flickering with something I couldn't name. Fear, yes, but also something like hope. "You don't understand. They're watching." I frowned. "Who?" Her voice dropped to barely more than a whisper. "The staff. The ones who pretend not to see the missing. They want us to disappear too." I glanced toward the receptionist's desk, the flickering light above it buzzed faintly. The empty coffee pot, the scattered keys, the stack of canceled reservation slips. Everything about this place was a lie. A trap. "I've seen it," I said, voice steadying. "The missing people. They come back here, but no one notices. They're trapped." She nodded. "Exactly. It's not just a motel. It's a holding place. They keep people here lost, forgotten. And the staff, they're the ones who keep the doors shut." I took a deep breath. "Then we have to call someone. The police. The news." She shook her head. "No one believes you. They never do. And the staff, they'll make sure you don't leave. Or worse." A cold sweat broke out on my back. The walls seemed to close in, the peeling wallpaper curling like dead skin. I could almost hear the echo of footsteps behind the door, the slow, deliberate shuffle of those invisible watchers. "Listen," I said, lowering my voice. "I don't want to end up like them. We need a plan." She looked at me, eyes sharp. "I have one. But it's risky." I stepped closer. "Tell me." She paused, biting her lip. "There's a back exit. Not on any map. It's old, rusted shut, but I know the janitor keeps the key." The janitor. Of course. The one who never spoke, who moved silently through the halls like a shadow. I remembered the way he had glanced at me earlier, his eyes too quick to dart away. He wasn't just a cleaner, he was a gatekeeper. "Where is he now?" I asked. "Last I saw, he was near the laundry room. We can try to find him, convince him to give us the key." I nodded, my heart hammering. Let's go. The hallway was colder than before, the stale air carrying a faint scent of mildew and something metallic I couldn't place. We moved quietly, footsteps muffled against the threadbare carpet. At the end of the hall, the laundry room door stood slightly ajar, the dim light inside flickering. I pushed it open. The janitor was there, hunched over a cart stacked with cleaning supplies. His eyes lifted slowly, calm but unreadable. "We need the back door key," I said, trying to keep my voice firm. "Please." He said nothing for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, rusted keychain. The keys jingled softly. He handed it to me without a word. Something about his silence felt like a warning, but I didn't have time to question it. We moved toward the back exit, the key cold in my palm. The door was heavy and groaned loudly as we pushed it open into the cold night air. Stars were hidden behind thick clouds, and a chill wind swept past us, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant rain. For the first time in hours, I felt something close to hope. But hope was fragile. The motel loomed behind us, dark and silent, like a beast waiting to close its jaws again. We didn't stop running until the motel was a distant shadow on the horizon. When we finally reached the safety of a gas station down the road, my hand shook so badly I could barely dial. The woman stayed silent, watching the motel's direction with wide, haunted eyes. The police came, of course. They took our statements, asked questions we barely had answers for. The motel was searched, but no one found anything unusual. No missing persons. No secret back doors. Just an old, run-down building with a bad history and a lot of rumors. I know how that sounds. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was just tired, paranoid. But I still have the key. It feels heavier than it should, cold and real in my pocket. Sometimes, late at night, I think about those guests, the ones no one ever saw leave. The ones who slipped in quietly and vanished. And I wonder what happened to the woman, too. She disappeared after that night, like she was swallowed whole by the shadows. I never went back to that motel. I couldn't. It became a place I avoided, a story I buried deep inside me, locked away like the secrets behind that rusted door. But the motel never stopped watching. The image of those empty eyes, the silence that swallowed everything, it stays with me. A reminder that some places hold more than just dust and broken dreams. They hold the echoes of people lost to the dark. And sometimes, when the wind rattles my windows just right, I swear I hear the faint sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate, and waiting. Story 2. Sabotage breaks on Highway 47, deadly nighttime warning. I never thought a night drive would feel so empty. I was headed home from a business trip, alone except for the half-empty thermos on the passenger seat and a playlist I'd grown tired of halfway into the drive. Somewhere around mile marker 112, the CB radio on the dashboard flickered to life with a burst of static, followed by a voice so sharp it made me jerk my head, startled. Breaker 19. Breaker 19. You copy? There's a shadow messing with the rigs up ahead. Be careful with your brakes, folks. Got a few wrecks already. Don't want y'all to be next. I blinked at the radio, half expecting the voice to fade into the white noise, but it kept going, urgent, breathless. Brake lines cut or tampered with. Ain't no joke. If your pedal feels funny, pull over. Don't test it. I'm serious. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. I'd heard truckers on the CB before, mostly idle chatter or the occasional weather report, but this was different. Real. The night seemed to press closer, the fog thickening just enough to blur the edges of the road. Copy that, I muttered, more to myself than the empty cab around me. The voice dropped out, replaced by the low hum of the engine and the occasional pop of gravel kicked up by a passing semi. I tried to shrug off the sudden chill that crawled down my spine, telling myself it was just a prank or some overworked driver blowing smoke. Still, something about the sharpness in that voice, the warning without any room for joking, made me glance down at my feet. The brake pedal felt different. Not faulty, exactly. Just off. Softer than usual, like it wasn't quite making contact the way it should. My heart hammered a little harder, even though I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the cold had stiffened some lines earlier, or the old brakes were just starting to wear out. I'd get them checked when I got home. I flicked the CB back on, hoping to catch another message. Static. Nothing but static. The road ahead was a tunnel of shadow, trees leaning in like silent watchers. A distant set of headlights blinked on and off, far ahead, then disappeared. I slowed just a touch, more out of habit than concern, the engine's rumble filling the quiet cab. The smell of damp earth and pine drifted in through the cracked window, mingling with the faint, sour tang of old upholstery. I told myself I was being paranoid. I always got like this on lonely roads at night, too much time to think, too little distraction. But the pedal still felt odd under my foot, and I found myself tapping it lightly, watching the way the brake lights flickered behind me. A sudden, sharp snap of static exploded in the radio again. Someone's messing with the trucks on Highway 47, a new voice broke in, breathless and urgent. Brake lines sliced, all of them. Just lost Big Joe's rig. Pulled off to check mine, and it's the same. Whoever's out here wants us dead. The words hung in the air. My fingers curled tighter around the steering wheel. The temperature inside the cab seemed to drop a few degrees. Outside, the fog thickened until the streetlights looked like halos through a dirty glass. I caught my breath and glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing but empty road behind me. No headlights, no sign of anyone else. It was too quiet. Too still. Maybe I should have pulled over. Maybe I should have stopped and called someone. But the highway stretched out behind me in endless darkness, and I didn't want to be stranded out here. Not with whatever was out there. The brake pedal shifted again beneath my foot, almost imperceptibly, but enough to make my stomach twist. I pressed it gently, then harder, watching the dashboard light up as the ABS flickered briefly. The car slowed, but the sensation was off, like the pedal was fighting me. Like it was resisting. I swallowed hard and glanced again at the CB radio. Silence. A rustling sound came from the passenger side door. I flinched, heart skipping a beat, and reached over to check the lock. It was secure, but the hairs on my neck prickled. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe I was imagining it. Still. I pulled the window up, sealing out the cold night air. The road curved ahead, swallowed by the trees. My headlights cut through the fog in thin cones of light that trembled with the car's slight shudder. I tried to steady my breath. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the brake pedal was just wearing out, and the truckers were overreacting. But that voice, so sharp and insistent, kept echoing in my mind. Don't test it. The dashboard clock blinked 2:13 a.m. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. Nothing behind me but shadows. The brakes felt wrong. And somebody out there knew it. I pressed harder, heart hammering as the truck's tires protested against the slick pavement. The fog thickened, swallowing the edges of the road, and then there a sudden, low rumble beneath the engine. The warning light flickered on the dashboard, pulsing like a warning beacon. I gritted my teeth, gripping the wheel tighter, each breath shallow and quick. Somewhere just beyond the veil of mist, something was waiting, watching. And I was running out of time. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Glowing red eyes pierced the gloom, closing in fast. The red glow in the rearview mirror vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, swallowed by the fog and darkness behind me. The brakes were still twitchy beneath my foot, the pedal's resistance uneven, like something was interfering with the fluid pressure. I tried to shake off the creeping dread, telling myself that maybe the brake line was just corroded, or the master cylinder was starting to fail. But the CB chatter from the truckers earlier gnawed at me like a persistent itch. Someone was tampering with vehicles out here, and not just for a joke. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of wet asphalt gleaming faintly under the weak beam of my headlights. The fog was thick enough now to dull the edges of everything, muting the world into a gray silence interrupted only by the occasional hum of my engine and the whisper of tires on wet pavement. I flicked the CB radio back on, fingers trembling slightly. Static. Nothing but static. I leaned in closer, adjusting the squelch knob, half expecting the same frantic broadcast from earlier. But the channel was dead. No truckers, no warnings, just the crackle of interference. A shiver ran down my spine. I flicked the headlights to I-beam, hoping the stronger light would punch through the fog, but it just made the mist glow like a pale curtain. There was no sign of any other cars, no trucks, nothing. Just me and a road that seemed to stretch endlessly into the night. The brake warning light on the dashboard pulsed again, a steady, urgent throb. I pressed the pedal harder, trying to test the response. The car slowed, but the pedal felt soft, almost sponge-like, and the car swayed slightly to the right. My stomach clenched. I wasn't imagining this. Something was definitely wrong. I pulled over cautiously onto a small gravel shoulder, the tires crunching against the stones. The car's engine ticked softly as it cooled, the sudden silence around me thick and heavy. I grabbed my phone, no signal. Of course. No surprise there. The kind of place where the night clings to you like a second skin tends to resist the reach of cell towers. I stepped out, the cold air biting through my jacket, smelling faintly of damp earth and gasoline. The fog wrapped around me like a shroud, muffling the distant sounds of the world. I leaned down and ran my fingers along the front left tire, then the brake line visible beneath the wheel well. It looked intact, at least from where I could see. Still, I crouched and peered underneath, squinting into the dim light cast by my phone's flashlight. The brake line was metal, coated in grime, but there was a faint glint near a section of tubing, an almost imperceptible kink. My fingers brushed over it, and the metal felt cooler here. Too cool. Not the smooth, uninterrupted line I expected. I pulled back, heart hammering. This wasn't normal wear. Someone had been here. Someone had messed with my car. I grabbed my jacket and slammed the door shut, the sound echoing unnervingly in the quiet. The fog shifted, and I thought I saw movement, a flicker of shadow just beyond the tree line. A figure? No. Maybe a deer. Or just a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. Either way, my skin prickled. Back inside, I sat behind the wheel, fingers trembling as I dialed 911. The call didn't connect. No signal. I tried again, then gave up. I was alone, with a car that might fail me at any moment and something out there waiting in the fog. The CB radio crackled suddenly, startling me. I yanked the mic up. Breaker, breaker. This ain't no joke, folks, a gruff voice sputtered through the static. Someone's been cutting lines. Brake lines. On the rigs. It's deliberate. Don't trust your brakes out here. I swallowed hard. The voice sounded older, tired, urgent. You got a description? A location? I asked into the mic, voice barely steady. Last one spotted near mile marker 47, The voice replied, a hint of panic creeping in. Tall, shadowy. Moves fast. No face. Just a silhouette messing with trucks before they hit the ditch. A cold sweat broke across my forehead. How do you know it's the same person? I asked. Patterns, buddy. Patterns don't lie. We're all watching. And waiting. Don't test your brakes. If they fail, don't fight it. Pull over. Don't stop on the road. Keep moving if you can. The radio went dead again. Silence settled like a blanket. I stared at the dashboard, at the glowing brake warning light, at the fog pressing in on all sides. The car felt like a trap, a fragile cage. I had to get off this road, but every mile felt more dangerous than the last. I fumbled with my phone again, this time opening a navigation app. The nearest town was 15 miles back the way I came. I thought about turning around, but the brakes protested violently when I pressed down, the pedal softening, barely slowing the car. I hesitated, fingers frozen on the wheel. Could I make it back? Could I make it forward? Then, headlights appeared, bright and sudden through the fog. A truck, lumbering, its CB radio crackling to life again. Watch yourself, a voice boomed over the static. Brake lines cut just past the next curve. That shadow's still out there. I swallowed and nodded to myself, even though the trucker couldn't see me. The brakes felt worse now, the pedal almost useless. The truck passed, its rear lights fading into the mist. I had no choice. I had to keep moving. The next curve was sharp, the road slick with rain. I pressed the brake pedal gently, then harder. The car drifted wide, the tires whining as I fought for control. My pulse rattled in my ears, each breath shallow. Then, a sudden jolt, the pedal went limp. My stomach lurched. The car didn't slow. Panic clawed at me, but I forced my hands steady on the wheel. I shifted into a lower gear, downshifting as the road curved sharper. The engine roared in protest. I glanced to the right, a narrow gravel pull-out, just before a guardrail. I aimed for it, heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear the engine. The tires skidded, gravel spraying up, and finally, the car ground to a stop, the brake pedal still dead beneath my foot. Silence. Complete silence. I sat there, chest heaving, the fog swirling thick outside the windows. The radio was quiet again, the dashboard warning lights glaring in the dark. Then, from somewhere beyond the mist, I heard it, a faint scraping sound, slow and deliberate, like someone dragging their fingers along metal. I swallowed hard. The shadow was closer now, and I was still trapped in the middle of nowhere, with a car that might not stop again. I locked the doors and leaned back in my seat, trying to steady my breathing. And now, I was their next target. The scraping sound came again, closer this time. Like nails on a chalkboard, only heavier, metal grinding against metal, slow and deliberate, filled with purpose. I pressed my back harder against the seat, knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. Outside, the fog swirled like smoke, thick and suffocating, swallowing the edges of the road and the guardrail. My breath fogged the glass in front of me, and a cold sweat broke out along my spine. The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the silence. My fingers jerked toward it, nearly dropping the wheel. The static was louder now, a harsh buzz cutting through the night. A voice came through, clipped and urgent. "Break her, break her. This is Big Rig Charlie. Watch your six, folks. Brake lines are getting slashed out here. Ain't no accident. Somebody's out to get us. Don't trust the shadows." The voice was ragged, breathless. Then it faded into static again. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear thick in my mouth. It wasn't just me. This wasn't a problem with my car. Someone was out there watching, waiting, sabotaging brakes. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to steady my grip. The scraping sound shifted, moving closer along the guardrail, like something or someone was pacing just beyond the fog. I flicked on the dome light, the car's interior suddenly harsh and exposed. The yellow glow illuminated bits of gravel on the floor, the threadbare upholstery, the faint smell of motor oil and stale coffee lingering in the air, cold and heavy with silence. The world outside seemed darker by comparison. I glanced at the dashboard again. The brake warning light blinked stubbornly, already glaring at me. The pedal stayed soft, unresponsive beneath my foot. My stomach twisted. I tried again, pressing harder, but the pedal sank uselessly, like it was disconnected from the wheels. A sudden noise made me jump. A metallic clang, sharp and close. I craned my neck toward the passenger side window. The fog blurred the outline of something tall, too tall to be a deer or a stray dog, standing just beyond the white line. I blinked, trying to clear the fog from my vision. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against the glass. It didn't look human, or at least, not completely. The shape was too angular, too still. My mind rebelled against the thought. No! I forced myself to think clearly. It was a person. Maybe a man. Probably the saboteur. I shut the dome light off, plunging the car back into darkness. The scraping stopped abruptly. Silence. The kind that roars in your ears. I tried the radio again, fiddling with the dial until a clearer voice broke through. This is Freightliner 59. I don't know who's behind this, but it's smart. They're picking isolated drivers, cutting brake lines, leaving no trace. They're close. Don't stop for anyone asking for help. Stay on the move. If you can. I swallowed past the lump in my throat, barely daring to breathe. Staying put felt like a death sentence. Moving meant risking another failure, another time the brakes might give out when I needed them. I looked down at the keys in my hand, the smooth metal cold against my palm. The engine was still running, the soft hum vibrating through the floorboards. I could try to restart the car, but what if it stalled? What if it wouldn't start at all? The fog pressed harder against the windows, and I thought I caught the faintest flicker of a flashlight beam, wavering in the distance. Someone was out there, prowling, hunting. I was the prey. My phone buzzed suddenly on the passenger seat. I grabbed it, heart leaping. A message from an unknown number flashed on the screen. You're not the only one stuck out here. Don't trust the brakes. Don't trust the quiet. I dropped the phone, the screen shattering on the floor mat. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't random anymore. The saboteur was watching, communicating, taunting. I glanced at the little gravel pullout again. It was too narrow to make a clean escape, but better than nothing. I could try to edge forward, inch by inch, and see if the brakes held. If they didn't, well, I didn't want to think about that. My hand shook as I turned the key. The engine sputtered to life, louder this time, a warning growl in the night. I eased off the clutch, feeling the car roll forward slowly on the gravel. The brakes responded, if only a little. I pressed the pedal again, harder, and felt the tires catch, the car slowing. For a moment, relief surged. Maybe I could get out of this. Maybe I wasn't trapped. Then I saw the shadow move. It stepped out from the fog, tall and lean and impossibly close. The reflector on the side of its jacket caught the headlight beam for a second, blinking like an eye in the dark. It raised one hand slowly, deliberately. I slammed the brakes. The pedal sank uselessly. The car lunged forward, gravel spraying beneath the tires, the engine screaming in protest. I jerked the wheel hard to the left, aiming for the ditch beyond the guardrail. The car skidded, sliding sideways, the world tilting wildly. Branches scraped against the windows, leaves slapped the roof. The shadow moved faster now, closing the distance with unnatural speed. I could smell the wet earth, the crushed pine needles. My heart thudded painfully, each beat a hammer blow in my chest. The tires caught a patch of loose gravel and the car shuddered to a stop at the bottom of a shallow embankment. I sat frozen, chest heaving, ears ringing with the screech of the brakes and the heavy thump of my own heart. The shadow was right there, at the edge of the headlights, too close to ignore. Then, a voice, calm and low, cut through the night air. "You're lucky we don't do this often." I blinked. A man stepped forward, his face half hidden beneath a hood. No tool. No mask. Just a tired, grim expression. "You don't understand," he said quietly. "This isn't random. It's control. Fear. A message." I tried to speak, but my voice caught. "Why me? Why this road?" He sighed, looking down the dark highway, where the fog swallowed the horizon. "Because people like you outsiders, strangers, think this stretch is safe. They don't watch their backs. They don't listen. But it's not safe. Not anymore." The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. I wanted to ask more, demand answers, but the cold night seemed to swallow my courage whole. Behind him, the fog thickened, swallowing the rest of the world. No lights. No other cars. Just us, lost in this stretch of highway where trust was a dangerous luxury and the brakes beneath my foot were a cruel lie. Beneath the weight of silence, the road stretched endlessly, swallowing the world whole. I realized then, with a sick twist in my gut, there was no turning back. No escape. The road I'd chosen was a trap. And the shadow was only the beginning. The man's words hung heavy between us, thick as the fog curling along the asphalt like smoke from a dying fire. I stared down the road, heart hammering in my throat, the faint glow of my dashboard lights barely cutting through the night's grip. My breath came shallow and fast, the cold air inside the car sharp against my skin. I wanted to ask him more, who he was, why this road, what exactly he wanted, but the silence spilled over us like a warning. "You're saying this is deliberate," I said, voice breaking the quiet. "Someone's out here, messing with brake lines? Causing accidents?" He nodded slowly, eyes dark beneath the hood. "Not just accidents. Fear. Power. They want people scared to drive this road. To look over their shoulder every time they press the pedal." I swallowed hard, the weight of that sinking down into my bones. It made the earlier radio chatter, the frantic CB messages, the warnings between trucks make a grim kind of sense. This wasn't random. It was a message. And I was right in the middle of it. The man glanced sideways, then leaned closer. "You need to get off this road. Now!" I glanced at my brake pedal, then back at him. The pedal felt strange, spongy, but I wasn't sure if it was real or just the anxiety twisting my senses. "I can't," I said quietly. "My phone's dead. No service. And the next exit's miles away." He exhaled sharply, almost a sigh. "Then you're stuck. Like the rest of us. But you have to be smart. Don't trust anyone. Don't stop for anyone." The headlights behind us flickered again, closer now, slicing through the fog in sharp, aggressive beams. My stomach tightened. The man's eyes flicked to the road, then back to me. "Listen," he said, voice dropping to a whisper. "If they catch you, it's not just the brakes they'll mess with. It's everything." His hand brushed against the car's roof, as if feeling for some unseen threat. "They're watching. Waiting." A shudder ran down my spine. I nodded, voice lost somewhere beneath the weight of the moment. The man turned away, blending slowly into the mist, leaving me alone with the headlights that felt like the eyes of something hungry. I slammed the door shut, locking it with a trembling hand. The fog seemed to press against the windows like cold breath, and the car's interior felt suddenly claustrophobic. I reached out, twisting the key in the ignition, willing the engine to roar to life. It coughed, then steadied. The brake pedal sank under my foot again, softer this time, sliding farther than it should have before resistance. My pulse spiked. I pressed harder, heart drumming like a frantic drummer trying to keep pace with a runaway train. The car slowed, but slower than it should have. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white. Could I trust these brakes? Could I trust anything? The headlights behind me surged forward, blinding. I caught a glimpse of the truck's grille, massive, black, and unyielding, closing fast. A voice crackled over my CB, frantic and clipped. "Red alert. Brake lines cut, mile marker 37. Keep your distance, folks." My breath caught in my throat. That was where I just passed. 37. I remembered the twisted metal and shattered glass that flashed in my mind like a nightmare replaying itself. I flicked the CB on, fingers trembling. This is a blue sedan. I'm at 38, brakes feeling off. "Who's out here?" Static answered, then a voice, low and rough. "You're not alone. They're watching. They want you to feel helpless." A shudder rippled through the car. The fog thickened, muffling the world outside, making the headlights behind me seem closer still. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The truck was there, relentless, its massive frame swallowing the distance between us. I slammed my foot down, heart pounding so loud I was sure the driver could hear it through the night. The engine roared, tires biting into the asphalt, but the brakes barely responded. The pedal sank again, the car's speed barely budging. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to get off this road. I had to survive. Ahead, a narrow turnout appeared, barely wide enough for a single vehicle, the cracked pavement edged with weeds and dirt. Desperation sharpened my senses. I swerved toward it, the tires protesting on the gravel. The truck followed, its lights a merciless glare. I cursed under my breath, my mind spinning. The brakes failed again, soft, unresponsive, and I was sliding further than I should have. The car fishtailed briefly, the rear swaying dangerously close to the edge of the shoulder. I gripped the wheel, sweat slicking my palms despite the cold. The engine's growl deepened as I tried to accelerate, to escape, but the brakes never fully responded when I needed them. The CB lit up again, a new voice cutting through the static, urgent. "Don't stop. Keep moving. They're not just breaking lines. They're breaking minds. Don't let them close in." "Who are they?" I asked, voice trembling. A pause. Then, a group. Locals. They've claimed this stretch. They don't want outsiders poking around. You've crossed a line. I swallowed hard. The man's words from before, it wasn't random. It was control. Fear. A message. And I was caught in the middle. The truck's lights flared, nearly blinding me. I slammed the accelerator, feeling the car lurch forward unevenly. The brakes felt like a lie beneath my foot. My phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket. I fumbled for it, heart leaping. No signal. but a single text blinked through, a strange number, turn off the CB. They listen. I stared at the screen as the truck closed in, its lights swallowing the road behind me. The fog thickened, the night pressing in like a living thing. I had to make a choice, keep running blind or stop and face whatever this was. Hands trembling, I reached for the CB microphone. Before I could speak, the truck's horn blared a long, low sound that vibrated through the car's frame. The brakes beneath me responded then, just enough, and I slammed the pedal down, the car jerking to a halt on the gravel shoulder. Silence. Complete silence. The headlights behind me dimmed, then vanished into the fog. I sat frozen, breath ragged, the cold sweat running down my back. The CB crackled faintly, but the voices were gone. My phone buzzed again, another message, don't trust anyone. Not even me. I stared at the screen, mind spinning. Who was I supposed to trust? Who had sent that message? The night had turned colder. The kind of cold that settles into your bones, sneaking past your jacket and into the marrow, making every breath sharp and white in the dark. I kept my hands tight on the steering wheel, knuckles pale beneath the worn leather. The highway stretched out ahead, a black ribbon swallowed by the night, broken only by the occasional flicker of a roadside reflector or the dull glow of a distant town I wasn't headed for. The CB crackled again, static snapping in my ears before a voice came through. Breaker, breaker. This is Rig 45. Anybody out there? Shadow Man's back on Route 72. Keep your eyes peeled. Brakes tampered again. Fatal's the word. The voice was taut, strained, like a man who had seen too much and was running out of breath. I swallowed hard. The warning wasn't just some trucker's late-night paranoia. It was real. I glanced down. My foot hovered over the brake pedal. It felt wrong. Mushy, almost unresponsive. I pressed harder. Nothing. My heart skipped. No, I whispered to myself. Not now. The highway curved gently to the right. I eased off the gas and pressed the brake pedal again, this time with more urgency. The car hesitated, then slowed, but the feeling was off. The pedal sank deeper than it should, like sinking into wet sand. In the rearview mirror, shadows seemed to linger just beyond the reach of my headlights. I told myself it was the trees, the way the moonlight flickered. But something gnawed at the edges of my mind. The stories on the CB, the recent accidents, no coincidence. A sudden thud jolted me. The car shuddered. My stomach clenched. I forced myself to keep calm. No panic. I took a deep breath, tasting the faint metallic tang of fear mixed with the cold air rushing through the cracked window. I pulled over onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching beneath the tires. The engine idled low, a steady hum against the silence outside. I opened the door, and the cold hit me full in the face, sharp and biting. The scent of wet earth and pine filled my nostrils. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then stopped. I knelt down, heart hammering against my ribs. The brake line. I tried to see under the car with the flashlight on my phone, but the beam was weak, dancing across the rusted frame and tangled undercarriage. I couldn't tell if anything was wrong, but the pedal's feel told me otherwise. Then, footsteps. Crunching gravel. Slow, deliberate. I froze, breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to locate the source. Movement flickered at the edge of my vision, a figure stepping out from the shadows beneath the trees. Tall, broad-shouldered, but the face was obscured by darkness. I scrambled back into the car, slamming the door shut. Locks clicked. The engine roared to life as I fumbled with the key. My hands trembled. The figure didn't move fast, not yet. Just watching. Waiting. Silence. Complete silence. Go, I told myself, pressing the gas. The tires spun briefly on the gravel before biting into the asphalt. The car lurched forward, headlights cutting through the night. The figure remained at the roadside, still as a statue, watching me leave. I didn't stop. Not for a mile, not for 2. The brake pedal still felt off. I kept a hand lightly resting on it, ready to press hard if I needed to. The CB was silent now. Maybe the others had gone off air. My mind reeled with questions. Who was this person? What did they want? Why tamper with brakes and risk lives? The thought of someone lurking on a lonely highway, watching vehicles slow and die, sent a cold shiver down my spine despite the heat rising in my face. I drove until the first pale light of dawn began to bleed into the horizon, softening the night's edges. The tension in my shoulders eased just a little. I spotted a gas station ahead, a small place with flickering neon and a handful of early risers. I pulled in and killed the engine. For the first time in hours, the silence felt heavy, not empty. I stepped out, the cool morning air biting at my skin, and looked back at my car. The brakes still felt unreliable. I needed help. Inside the station, the clerk was an older man with tired eyes and a permanent crease between his brows. I told him what had happened, my voice low, rushed with urgency. He nodded slowly, then grabbed a phone. "I'll call the highway patrol," he said. "They've been hearing about these accidents too. Said they're sending someone out. You wait here." I sat on a rickety plastic chair, the cold vinyl sticking to my jeans. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I thought about the shadowy figure, the way he'd stood just out of reach, like a predator marking territory. The thought made my stomach twist again. The patrol arrived just as the sun was climbing higher, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The officer was calm, professional, but his eyes held a grim seriousness. He inspected my car carefully, kneeling by the wheels, checking the brake lines. "You're lucky," he said finally. "Someone cut your rear brake line. Could have been catastrophic." I nodded, swallowing hard. "Do you think they'll catch whoever's doing this?" He shrugged. "We're setting up patrols, checking trucks, cars. It's been happening all over this stretch. Whoever it is, they're methodical, dangerous." I looked at him, then at the rising sun. The highway stretched behind us, a ribbon of vulnerability and menace. It seemed impossible that a person could wield so much power simply by cutting a line here or there. But they had. And now I was tangled in their story. The officer handed me a card. "If you see anything, hear anything, call us immediately. Don't drive alone if you can avoid it." I tucked the card into my pocket, the paper rough and real. The fear that had gripped me moments ago was still there, simmering, but it was mingled now with something else. A stubborn thread of resolve. I thought about the stories I'd heard on the CB, the warnings shouted in static-laced voices. The Shadow Man was no ghost, no legend. He was real. A person capable of cruelty, hiding in the dark places between towns. And I'd looked him in the face. I drove away from the gas station, slower this time, brakes responding as they should. The road ahead was uncertain, but I wasn't the same person who'd started this trip. Something inside me had shifted. The highway was no longer just a lonely stretch of asphalt under the stars. It was a place where danger could hide, sure, but also where courage could take root. I promised myself I wouldn't be silent. I'd tell the story. Spread the word. Keep the radio on, listen for those voices in the night. Story 3, The Unlisted Cabin, reality that unravels. I wasn't exactly looking for trouble when I booked the cabin. Honestly, I just wanted to get away from the city noise, the endless hum of traffic, and the fluorescent buzz of my office. The kind of place where the air, cold and heavy with silence, smells like pine and damp earth instead of stale coffee and printer toner. I found the listing on a rental site that didn't seem to exist anywhere else. No reviews, no company info, just a handful of photos and a price that was too good to pass up. I know how that sounds, but I was tired of the usual Airbnb routine, the predictability of polished interiors and polite neighbors. This cabin was supposed to be different. Remote. Untouched. A chance to disappear for a few days. The drive was longer than I expected, winding through narrow gravel roads that seemed to twist in on themselves. The sun was already dipping low behind the trees when I pulled up, the sky bruised purple and orange. The cabin sat just off a clearing, surrounded by thick pines that swallowed the fading light. It wasn't much weathered gray wood, a porch with a sagging railing, windows dark except for the weak glow of an old oil lamp inside. The smell hit me before I even stepped out of the car, pine resin mixed with something faintly sour, like damp wool left too long in a closed bag. It was oddly comforting, yet a little off. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of aged wood and something faintly metallic. The floorboards creaked underfoot, thin rugs covering patches of worn hardwood. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold and empty, the hearth filled with a scattering of ash that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in months. The furniture was sparse, a lopsided armchair, a rough-hewn table, a bed with a thick quilt folded neatly at the end. I ran my hand over the rough plaster walls, feeling the uneven bumps and cracks beneath my fingers. The cabin had a lived-in feel, but I was the only one there. At least, that's what I told myself. I dropped my bag by the door and lit the lamp. The flame flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the ceiling. Outside, the wind rustled the branches, the sound like a low murmur just beyond the walls. I opened the small kitchen window to let in fresh air. The night smelled colder than I expected, a sharp bite that made my skin prickle. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, short, urgent, then silence. I took it as a good sign. Signs that I wasn't completely alone, that there was some human life out there beyond the trees. I unpacked slowly, arranging essentials on the table, a notebook, my phone, though the signal was patchy, a bottle of water. I made myself a cup of tea from the packet I'd brought, the bitter warmth spreading through my hands as I wrapped them around the chipped mug. The cabin creaked again, a long groan from the floorboards or maybe the walls settling. It was hard to tell. The silence was heavy, pressing in, but not quite empty. It was the kind of quiet that makes you listen too hard, a vacuum waiting to be filled. I decided to explore before nightfall fully swallowed the woods. The cabin had what looked like 3 rooms, a small living area, the kitchen, and the bedroom. Simple, straightforward. But as I walked through the space again, something nudged at the back of my mind. The door to the bedroom didn't quite line up with the hallway the way I remembered. At first, I chalked it up to the uneven floor or my own clumsiness. Still, I paused, hand on the doorknob, wondering if I'd imagined the angle. The window in the bedroom faced the forest, the glass cool and slightly fogged from the chill. I could see the dark shapes of trees, their branches scratching at the sky. The moon was a sliver, barely enough light to make out the rough bark and tangled undergrowth. I leaned closer, breath fogging the glass. A faint movement caught my eye, something slipping behind a tree, too quick to be certain. I blinked, and it was gone. Back inside, I tried to shake the feeling. I told myself I was tired, maybe a little jumpy from the drive. I checked my phone again, no bars, just that little spinning wheel that never seemed to settle. The cabin felt smaller now, almost claustrophobic. The walls seemed to lean in, the shadows lengthening despite the lamp. I pulled the quilt from the bed and wrapped it around my shoulders, the rough fabric a small comfort. I sat at the table, trying to focus on my notebook, jotting down the day's itinerary. The words blurred, and I caught myself rereading the same sentence 3 times. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft thump from the other side of the cabin. I froze. My mind raced with possibilities. Listening. Nothing. Maybe a branch against the wall, or the wood settling again. I laughed quietly, shaking my head. Get a grip, I muttered. Night deepened. The wind picked up, rattling the window panes, carrying the scent of something else, smoke, maybe, or burning leaves. I couldn't tell. I moved toward the kitchen, reaching for the lamp to brighten the room. The flame sputtered, then steadied. The light revealed a narrow hallway leading away from the kitchen that I hadn't noticed before. Or had I? My stomach tightened. I stepped closer, fingers grazing the peeling wallpaper. The hallway stretched into darkness, the floorboards disappearing under a shadow that felt wrong. I turned back to the living room, but something felt different. The door I had entered through was now slightly ajar, the porch light flickering outside. I could have sworn I'd closed it. My hands trembled. I closed the door firmly, checking the lock. The latch felt loose, like it hadn't been tightened in years. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying a faint creak like a rocking chair moving slowly on a porch. I sat back down, the lamp's light flickering again, casting brief darkness over the room. My eyes darted around, catching the edges of the shadows shifting. I told myself it was nothing. Just old wood, tired eyes, and the kind of isolation that plays tricks on your mind. Before I fell asleep, I checked the doors once more. The bedroom door was closed, the hallway empty. But as I turned off the lamp and lay down under the quilt, a strange thought struck me. Had the hallway been there before? Or was it something my mind conjured in the dark? I didn't sleep well. When I woke, the cabin was silent except for the faint creak of wood and the distant call of a bird. I rubbed my eyes and stretched, but the feeling in my gut didn't fade. Something wasn't right. I couldn't shake it. It was subtle, like the cabin itself was holding its breath. Later, as I prepared a simple breakfast, toast and instant coffee, I noticed the floorboards near the kitchen felt warmer than the rest of the floor, almost like the heat from a stove left on. But there was no stove. Just a cold metal countertop and a sink with a dripping faucet that I hadn't heard before. I checked the rooms again. The hallway I'd seen last night was gone, replaced by a solid wall covered in faded wallpaper. Had I imagined it? Or was I losing track of time? The sun was higher now, but it felt as if the cabin existed on its own clock. I wanted to call someone, tell them where I was, but the signal was still dead. The isolation was total. No one would know if I didn't check in. No one but me. I kept moving through the cabin, opening doors, looking for the hallway, for anything else that didn't belong. The rooms felt the same, but not quite. The angle shifted just enough to unsettle me. A door that led to the kitchen one minute would open to the living room the next. I stepped back, blinking hard, the walls seeming to breathe around me. I sat down heavily on the armchair, the threadbare fabric rough against my palms. I whispered to myself, it's just a cabin. It's old. It's creaky. But my voice sounded strange in the stillness, like a stranger's. The sun began to tilt west again, shadows stretching long and thin. I found myself staring at the window, watching the trees sway, the light fading in unpredictable ways. The dog barked again, closer this time. And little did I know. The morning light was weak, filtered through a thin layer of clouds that made the whole cabin feel colder than it should have been. I woke up stiff, the quilt twisted around my shoulders, and the lingering taste of metal, like old pennies, on my tongue. I couldn't tell if that was from anxiety or something else. The room smelled faintly of damp wood and something else, something sour and old, like forgotten cheese left out too long. I didn't dare open my eyes fully at first. The ceiling looked impossibly far away, and the silence was so complete it pressed against my ears. The hallway had been there before, hadn't it? Or was it just the way the shadows spilled across the floor? I kept turning the question over, trying to catch the memory before it slipped away like smoke. I finally sat up and swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. The cabin was still quiet except for the occasional creak, like the house was sighing under some unseen weight. I scanned the room again, the peeling plaster near the window, the crooked picture frame that had fallen slightly overnight, and the old thermostat that clicked on and off in a rhythm that felt too deliberate. I knew I couldn't ignore what was happening, couldn't chalk it up to tired nerves or bad plumbing. Something was shifting here. Not just the rooms, but the whole atmosphere. Like the cabin was trying to rewrite itself while I wasn't looking. I decided to start with the doors. If the hallway was new, then maybe the other doors had changed too. Maybe they'd lead somewhere else now. The bedroom door creaked open easily. I noticed the latch felt looser than yesterday, like it hadn't been tightened in years. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying a faint creak like a rocking chair moving slowly on a porch. I stepped into the hallway and immediately felt off balance. The narrow corridor stretched farther than I remembered, the walls closing in slightly, the light dimmer. I pressed my hand against the rough plaster, the texture uneven and crumbly. My fingertips left faint dust behind. A faint smell of mildew drifted from somewhere ahead, mixed with that same sour tang in the bedroom. At the far end was a door I didn't recognize, painted a dull green with peeling edges. I was sure it hadn't been there yesterday. My heart ticked hard against my ribs as I ran my hand over the chipped paint. The door was locked, but not with a key. It had one of those old-fashioned sliding bolts on the inside. I jiggled the handle. It didn't budge. I backed up and looked around. The hallway behind me was suddenly shorter, like the space had compressed while I wasn't paying attention. I blinked and shook my head. Maybe the cabin was playing tricks, or maybe I was losing it. Either way, I needed more information. I made my way back to the living room, where the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt warmer and the scent of pine cleaner. The kitchen door was open now, but the kitchen itself looked different, smaller, with a different layout. Cabinets that had been on the left were now on the right. The sink was closer to the stove, and the window above it showed a view of dense trees, tighter than before. I ran my fingers along the counter, smooth but sticky in one spot. I tasted the air, musty and faintly bitter. The flickering light from the single bulb overhead cast jittery shadows that looked like they were moving just beyond the edge of my vision. I took out my phone to check the time. It was almost noon, but the battery was down to 15%. Signal was patchy at best, and the screen flickered when I tried to load a map app. No surprise there. I sat down at the kitchen table, which suddenly felt too big and too empty. I ran through my options. I could try to leave, but the road was a mess of mud and tangled branches. I could call for help, but no one would know where I was. The rental site was untraceable, and my messages to the host had gone unanswered. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, my hands trembling just slightly. I wasn't sure if it was fear or frustration. Maybe both. I needed a plan. I decided to start documenting everything, the shifts, the smells, the layouts. If I could map the changes, maybe I could find a pattern. A way out. Back in the living room, I found a notebook beneath a pile of magazines on the coffee table. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with scrawled notes and sketches of the cabin's floor plan. Someone had been tracking the changes before me. That was a relief and a warning. One set of notes caught my eye: rooms shift after midnight. Doors lead to nowhere. Time slips. The handwriting was shaky, hurried. I turned the page and saw a series of crude drawings, items looping back on themselves, rooms connected by impossible angles. The author had circled the phrase, "Don't trust the walls," in red ink. My breath hitched. I wasn't alone in noticing this. But whoever had written this had stopped abruptly. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. A sudden noise made me jump. Something tapping against the window. I froze, staring at the glass. The forest held its breath as I stepped beneath the shadowed pines, unaware of what waited beyond the silent trees. I told myself to breathe. I flipped through the notebook more quickly. There were mentions of strange footsteps, voices in the night, and a sense of being watched. But nothing concrete about who or what was behind it all. I closed the notebook and stood up. The floorboards creaked underfoot. I glanced toward the hallway again. The green door was gone. In its place was a blank wall, smooth and unbroken. I rubbed my eyes. Was I imagining things? Maybe the notebook was a trap, a way to mess with my head. I checked my phone again. Battery dying fast. Signal worse. I needed to find another way to communicate, or at least make sense of the cabin's shifting layout. I grabbed a pen and started sketching the rooms as I remembered them from yesterday, labeling doors and windows. I marked the green door with question marks. Hours passed while I worked, the light outside dimming as clouds thickened. The wind picked up, rattling the window panes. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, a sharp, urgent sound that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I leaned back, hands on the table, and stared at my map. Nothing made sense. The rooms didn't line up, doors led nowhere, and hallways warped like bad reflections. I heard footsteps then, slow and deliberate, from somewhere beyond the walls. Not mine. Not the wind. I froze. The sounds didn't belong to any animal I knew. They were too regular, too human. "Hello?" I called softly, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. The tapping started again at the window. I stood and moved cautiously, heart hammering. The crow was gone. Outside, the underbrush shifted. A figure flitted just beyond the edge of vision, tall, thin, indistinct. I blinked, but it vanished. I locked the door behind me and returned to the living room, pressing my back against the wall. My skin prickled, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill. I wasn't alone. Not really. And the cabin wasn't just shifting rooms. It was hiding something. Someone. Something waiting. I pulled the notebook closer and flipped to the last pages. The writer had scrawled a desperate message. They watch. They wait. Don't fall asleep. My hands trembled. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity. But the fear was real, thick and cold. I could hear footsteps again, this time from the hallway, closer, slower. The door at the end creaked open a crack. I swallowed hard. The shifting cabin wasn't just a maze of walls and doors. It was a trap. And the person or people responsible were still here. Watching. Waiting. I had to find a way out. Before I lost myself completely. The tapping at the window didn't stop. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like fingertips drumming out a code. I stared at the glass, breath fogging the cold pane, and my fingers twitched as if reaching for something that wasn't there. Outside, the night was thick with fog, the trees swaying faintly in a wind I couldn't feel inside. I wanted to shout, "Who's there?" but the words caught in my throat. The cabin felt smaller all at once, the walls pressing in, like the air itself was tightening around me. I pulled back from the window, the notebook still clutched in one hand. The handwriting inside was jagged, desperate, like the person who wrote it was unraveling with each word. "Don't trust the walls." I repeated it under my breath. What did that even mean? How do you not trust walls? Walls are supposed to be solid, reliable. But here, they weren't. They moved. They lied. I flipped back through the pages, trying to make sense of the sketches. The floor plan was a mess, a tangle of crooked lines and items that doubled back on themselves. Some doors led to places that didn't exist. Others seemed to loop endlessly. The dates ran out suddenly 6 months ago, the last entry smeared with what looked like coffee or tears. I found myself wondering, who was this person? How had they vanished? Or worse, were they still here, trapped in this shifting house? A creak from the hallway pulled me out of my thoughts. The cabin groaned, wood settling or maybe shifting, I wasn't sure anymore. The floor underfoot felt uneven, like it was trying to tilt me off balance. I closed the notebook slowly. The room was dim, lit by a single lamp that flickered weakly. Shadows stretched and danced as the light faltered. I decided to check the front door. Maybe I could get outside, get to a road, a town, a phone. Anything. I moved toward the hall, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots. But when I reached the door, it wasn't the same door I remembered from earlier that day. The handle was higher, the wood grain different, and the lock was missing altogether. It was just a hollow frame leading into another room, a room I hadn't seen before. The smell hit me first, damp earth, old paper, and something metallic. That metallic scent was faint but sharp, like blood or rusted iron. I stepped inside cautiously, every nerve screaming at me to turn back. The room was cramped, no windows, walls lined with shelves crammed full of jars and bottles. Some contained strange, unidentifiable objects floating in murky liquid. Others were dusty, their labels faded beyond recognition. I reached out to touch one, and my fingers brushed against a cold glass surface. The contents rippled slightly, like something alive. My skin prickled. I swallowed hard, backing away. The door frame behind me seemed to shift, narrowing, the light dimming until the only glow came from a small bulb hanging from a frayed wire overhead. Then I heard it, a voice, low and uneven, almost a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around. No one. Just shadows curling into corners, the faint hum of the cabin's old wiring. I tried to steady my breath, to make sense of the voice. Was it my mind playing tricks? Or something else? "Show yourself," I said, voice cracking. "Who's there?" Silence. Complete silence. I told myself it was probably the wind, or maybe an animal outside. But the voice had been too clear, too human. It sent a cold spike through my spine. I hurried back through the shifting hallways, the layout twisting with every step. The floor plan in the notebook no longer matched what I saw. Hallways curved impossibly, doors led to rooms I hadn't mapped. Time seemed to warp, my watch blinked erratically, minutes vanishing, then returning like a broken clock. By the time I reached what I thought was the living room, dawn was breaking. Pale light filtered in, but the cabin's shifting made the shadows cling stubbornly to corners. My phone buzzed. A message. From an unknown number, "Don't leave." I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. How did someone know I was thinking about leaving? I hadn't told anyone where I was. The signal here was supposed to be non-existent. I tried calling back. No answer. The call wouldn't connect. That's when I noticed the map again, tucked under the coffee table. I spread it out, tracing the lines with my finger. Something clicked. The changes weren't random. They followed a pattern, like the house was deliberately rearranging itself to trap me. And there was more. Scribbled in the margins, almost hidden beneath the sketches, they watch. They wait. Who was they? I slammed the notebook shut. My skin prickled with unease. This wasn't just a cabin with weird architecture. It was a trap. Someone or some group was behind this. The shifting rooms weren't a glitch or a trick of my mind. They were engineered. I tried the front door again. It was a solid door now, with a lock and a handle, but no key. I rattled it, pushed against it. Locked tight. Panic rose like bile. I looked around for another exit, the back door, a window. But the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays, had changed again. The windows were too high, or covered with boards nailed from the outside. The back door had vanished. In the kitchen, I found a calendar pinned to the wall. The date was today, but several days had been scratched out. I realized I couldn't trust my sense of time anymore. The house was erasing it, distorting it. I sank to the floor, the cold seeping through my jeans. The smell of damp plaster and mildew filled my nostrils. I let my head fall back against the wall, eyes closing. The exhaustion hit me fully now, but sleep felt dangerous. What if I woke up somewhere else? Worse, what if I didn't wake up at all? A noise pulled me back up, a faint tapping from somewhere deep in the cabin. Not a window this time. Maybe a pipe or a radiator. Or someone. I shook my head. No. Not someone. I couldn't be. But the voice earlier. The message. The notes in the book. I wasn't alone. I needed to find out who was behind this. Why they were doing it. And how to stop it. Because if I didn't, I'd be trapped here forever. I grabbed the notebook again, flipping to the last page. There was a hastily drawn symbol, a circle crossed by 3 lines. Below it, a note, the point of no return. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew I had passed it. I was already too deep to turn back. Somewhere in the shadows, the tapping resumed. Slower this time. Closer. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered to the empty room, "Show yourself." The message burned itself into my mind like a brand, "Don't leave." My thumb hovered over the screen, trembling not from cold, though the cabin's draft had settled into my bones, but from something far more stubborn, a deep tightening knot of dread. I stared out at the pale morning light bleeding through the grimy windows, but the usual comfort of daybreak was nowhere to be found here. The cabin didn't want the day. Not yet. I shoved the phone into my pocket and forced myself to stand, legs shaky, breath uneven. The walls around me seemed to pulse, shifting subtly as if the cabin was breathing, alive in some cruel way. I tested a door frame with my hand. The rough plaster crumbled slightly beneath my fingers, dust falling in tiny clouds. The scent of damp wood and stale air clung thickly, mixing with a faint, sour odor I couldn't place. Was that the smell of rot? Or something more sinister? I tried to recall the layout from last night's notebook sketch, but the lines blurred in my mind, like ink smeared by tears. I had mapped the rooms obsessively, each angle noted to create some semblance of order against the chaos of the shifting walls. But now, no! Nothing matched. A narrow corridor led to a room that wasn't supposed to exist. The door was cracked open, revealing a dim space filled with boxes and old furniture covered in dust sheets. The air was colder here, heavier. I stepped inside, and the wood creaked beneath my feet. My hands brushed against a chair's dusty surface. I caught a whiff of something, old leather, maybe mixed with the faint metallic tang of rust. Something scraped softly behind me. I whipped around, heart hammering, but there was only a small spider retreating into a crack in the wall. The silence returned, louder than before. I swallowed hard. The voice from last night. The message on my phone. Someone was here, somewhere in this labyrinthine cabin. Watching. Waiting. A sudden clatter echoed from the hallway. My head snapped toward the sound. Boxes shifting? Footsteps? I couldn't tell. The walls seemed to close, and as the cabin rearranged itself again, the door I had just entered disappearing into a blank wall. I was trapped in this new room, no way back the same way I'd come. Panic clawed at my throat. I banged on the wall, desperation spilling from my fists. Hello? Anyone? My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the cold air. No reply. Only silence and the distant hum of the old wiring. I took a deep breath and tried the opposite side of the room. A narrow door, half hidden by a faded curtain. I pulled it open and stepped through. This space was different. The floor was covered in threadbare carpet, stained and worn. The walls were lined with shelves crammed with faded photographs and dusty journals. I recognized some of the faces, local families, maybe. The yellowed pages of the journals crackled under my fingers as I flipped through them. Most were illegible, penned in shaky script, but one entry caught my eye. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. The runes shift again. The voice remains. I can't trust my own mind. I shivered, dropping the book. That's when I heard it, footsteps, deliberate and slow, approaching the room. My pulse spiked. I ducked behind a shelf, barely daring to breathe. The door creaked open. A tall figure stepped inside, silhouetted against the weak morning light. I couldn't make out much, just the outline of a person, their movements deliberate, careful. They paused, glanced around as if sensing me. My heart thudded so loud I thought it might betray me. The figure moved to the shelves, fingering the books with a strange reverence. I caught a glimpse of their hand, pale, trembling slightly. Then, in a low voice, they muttered something I couldn't quite catch. I couldn't stay hidden forever. I had to act. I stepped out cautiously, hands raised. Hey! I don't want any trouble. My voice sounded fragile, almost foreign in this oppressive space. They froze. Then, slowly, turned. Their eyes were wide, haunted. You shouldn't be here, they whispered. The sun had barely crept over the horizon when I finally forced myself out of the bed in the cabin's ever-shifting interior. My limbs ached in ways I couldn't quite place, like I'd slept on a surface that wasn't quite solid. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something else I couldn't name, a sharp tang that made my nostrils flare. I pressed my palm against the plaster wall, the roughness grounding me, reminding me I was still here, still real. Or at least as real as I could be after the past few days. I had spent the night wandering, or trying to, but the rooms didn't cooperate anymore. The layout wasn't just odd, it was deliberately confusing. Every door I opened led somewhere different than the night before, sometimes to the same places but twisted, distorted like a funhouse mirror of reality. I was trapped in this puzzle, a maze that didn't exist on any map, and the worst part was how it toyed with my sense of time. Hours disappeared, swallowed by the endless walking and searching. This morning, something inside me snapped. I couldn't keep playing their game. If it was a person doing this, someone manipulating the cabin's interior like some sick architect, I needed to find them. I didn't care what the cost was anymore. I slipped into the kitchen, the place where I'd first noticed the shift. The kettle sat on the stove, cold and untouched, but I still poured water into a chipped mug, the warmth seeping into my fingers as I sipped. The bitter taste was oddly comforting, a small anchor to reality. I glanced out the window and saw the trees bending in the wind, their branches scraping like fingernails against the sky. A noise caught my attention, a faint shuffle, footsteps maybe, but not mine. I froze, heart quickening, the taste of stale fear in my mouth. The sound came again, closer this time, deliberate and slow. I swallowed hard, setting down the mug, and moved toward the doorway. The hallway stretched out, too long, too narrow. The walls seemed to close in, the dim light flickering. "Hello?" My voice cracked, barely more than a whisper. "Is someone there?" No answer. But the footsteps continued, a steady rhythm echoing down the hall. I followed, each step echoing my growing unease. The scent of musty wood mixed with something metallic, iron? Blood? I tried to push the thought away. Around a corner, the hallway opened into a small room I hadn't seen before. It was cramped, with a single window shuttered tight. Dust hung thick in the air, motes drifting in the thin shafts of light that slipped through the cracks. In the center, a chair faced the wall, a figure slumped against it. I stopped cold. The figure was a man, mid-30s maybe, with tangled hair and eyes that snapped open when I stepped closer. His gaze was wild, haunted. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice rough, like gravel scraping. His hands were bound with rope, the fibers biting into his wrists. "They watch. They change it all." My breath caught. Who? Who watches? He shook his head, eyes darting nervously. "The people who built this place. The ones who want to keep you here. Like me." The air turned colder, a chill creeping under my skin. "Why? What do they want from us?" He coughed, a dry, painful sound. "Control. Fear. They don't need to hurt you directly. Just make you doubt yourself, doubt what's real." His voice cracked. "I've been trapped for days. Weeks maybe. Lost time, memories. It's a prison." I sat down opposite him, my hands trembling. I thought I was going mad. The rooms, the time gaps, the way the doors shifted. I thought it was me. He gave a bitter laugh. "No. It's the place. Whoever set this up knows how to mess with your mind without touching you. A psychological trap. It's brilliant in a terrible way." I looked away, the weight of his words settling like a stone in my chest. I thought the shifting rooms were some glitch, a weird quirk of architecture. But this was deliberate. Malicious. "Can you get out?" I asked. He shook his head again. "No. They watch the exits. Cameras, sensors. You don't see them, but they're there." He winced, pulling at the ropes. "If they catch you trying to leave, they reset the place. Change everything. Erase time." I swallowed hard. The implication was clear. I was in a cage, and every attempt to escape only tightened the bars. "What about your phone? Your things?" He nodded toward a small, cracked screen lying on the floor near the chair. The battery was dead. No signal. It's blocked. No way to call for help. That's when I realized the rental site, the untraceable booking. This wasn't some accident or mistake. It was a trap set by someone who wanted control, who wanted to manipulate people into this endless confusion. I rubbed my temples, the ache growing. We have to find a way out. Together. He looked at me, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion. "You don't get it. Alone, you might last a day, maybe two. With me, maybe longer. But the place adapts. It learns how you think, how you move. I clenched my jaw. Then we outsmart it. We watch for patterns, mark the doors, map the changes. A faint smile flickered on his lips. You're braver than I thought. We spent the next hours pacing the cabin, tracing the walls, marking the doors with bits of charcoal from the fireplace. The room shifted slightly, but with careful observation, patterns emerged. The kitchen always led to the same hallway, the bedroom morphed into a study, and the back door, the one I tried to escape through before, was locked tight but with a small vent beside it. We crouched together by the vent, cold seeping through the thin metal mesh. It was just large enough for a small hand or a tool. If we can get this open, I said, voice low, maybe we can signal outside. Someone might hear. He nodded, pulling a bent hairpin from his pocket. Worth a try. Minutes felt like hours as he worked the pin, the faint sound of metal scraping against mesh ringing loud in the silence. Outside, the wind picked up, howling through the trees like a warning. I pressed my ear to the vent, listening for any sign of life, voices, footsteps, anything. Then, faintly, a dog barked in the distance. I blinked, the sound so ordinary yet so precious. It grounded me. The lock gave a soft click. The vent shifted slightly under my touch. We have a chance, he whispered. It was the first real hope I'd felt since arriving. But just as we prepared to push the panel open, a sudden noise from behind us froze us in place. Story 4, Containment Breach, Darkness Awakens Microbes. The first thing I noticed was how sudden the silence was. I stood still, pressing my palms to the cold, smooth surface of the stainless steel bench. The smell of sterile plastic and faint chemical tang lingered in the air, a smell I'd grown so accustomed to that I hardly registered it anymore. Now, though, it hit me like a wave, clinical, sharp, unsettling. My breath caught in the quiet. Great, I muttered to myself, the sound oddly loud in the void. Backup's out too. I tried the emergency flashlight clipped to my belt. Dead batteries. Perfect. I was alone in the lab, as usual, tucked away in a remote corner of the research complex. Isolation was part of the job, part of the reason I'd accepted this position studying genetically modified microbes designed to clean up toxic waste. The lab's location was chosen deliberately, far from prying eyes, away from anything that might disturb or be disturbed by the experiments. At least, that was the theory. But isolation had a way of twisting your senses. Hours spent staring at petri dishes and test tubes, waiting for something to happen, made you hyper-aware of every little sound, every subtle shift in the air. And now, with no power, all those little noises vanished, replaced with a suffocating stillness. I shuffled toward the emergency exit, hand trailing along the rough plaster wall. The texture was grainy beneath my fingertips, a reminder that this place, despite its cutting-edge work, was still a building with walls and ceilings built by human hands. I paused by the door. Outside, the faint buzz of insects, maybe moths, circled the external lights. I could hear a distant dog barking, the sound muffled but unmistakable, drifting across the cold night air. Whatever had caused the blackout, it wasn't the usual glitch. I checked the control panel again, no response, just dead meters and blinking error codes I couldn't interpret in the dark. The microbes were stored in incubators deep in the lab's core, their tanks glowing faintly under powered UV lights. Those lights were off now. That worried me more than anything else. I wasn't just dealing with any bacteria. These were engineered strains, designed to digest complex chemical compounds, breaking down hazardous waste into harmless byproducts. The breakthrough had been years in the making. I'd watched these microbes evolve in ways I never expected, but this power failure felt different. Like something was wrong on a deeper level. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. Scientists have to keep their heads clear, rational. No room for paranoia. Still, there was a nagging itch behind my eyes, a whisper in my mind I couldn't quite ignore. Maybe it's just a coincidence, I told myself, voice low. A freak blackout. Happens all the time out here. But then, as I reached for my phone, useless without signal, of course I caught it. A faint glimmer, barely perceptible, flickering in the corner of the room where the largest containment tank stood. I blinked hard. No, not a reflection. More like a ripple, a distortion in the air, like heat rising off pavement on a summer day. I stepped closer, my boots making uneven tapping sounds on the concrete floor. The tank's surface looked intact, but the faint shimmer persisted, twisting and curling like smoke caught in a silent breeze. It gave off no light of its own, but somehow it seemed to swallow the dimness around it, as though the darkness itself was moving. I swallowed, tasting the dryness at the back of my throat. My fingers trembled as I reached out, half expecting the glass to be warm or sticky. It was cold, but the air just beyond felt thick, almost viscous. Like the shadows had weight. Okay, that's new, I whispered, stepping back. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the radio was dead. The satellite line was offline. The lab was a dead zone tonight. My mind flicked through possible explanations. Electrical surges? Magnetic interference? Faulty wiring? None of them fit what I was seeing or feeling. The darkness was different here. It wasn't just absence of light. It was active. Hungry. I couldn't explain it, but I knew it wasn't natural. I moved toward the emergency supply closet, fumbling for the glow sticks I kept for power outages. Their dull green glow was a relief, a small island of brightness in the Black Sea. I taped one to the tank's side, watching as the shimmering distortion recoiled, like a creature startled by light. That made no sense. These microbes were microscopic, their activity confined to chemical reactions and cellular processes. How could they affect light? How could darkness feel like a presence, something that ate away at the edges of the lab's safe spaces? The air grew colder. My breath came in uneven puffs, misting in the faint glow. A low, wet sound echoed somewhere behind me, liquid dripping, or maybe something else. I spun around, heart thudding, but there was nothing. Just the empty hallway stretching into shadow. I tried to steady myself. It's just stress, I said aloud. You've been cooped up here too long. I rubbed my arms, the goosebumps prickling my skin. The air smelled different now, metallic and sharp, like ozone before a storm. I glanced at the monitors on the wall, blank screens, dead as the rest of the building. The backup battery had to be somewhere nearby, but I couldn't find it in the pitch black. My hands brushed against something sticky on the floor. I knelt, pulling my fingers back quickly. Not blood. Something darker, thicker, residue from the chemical tanks, maybe. But it had a strange smell, sour and acrid, like burnt plastic mixed with decay. I swallowed hard and stood up, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. No power, no communication, and whatever was happening in that tank was beyond any protocol or safety measure I'd ever learned. I told myself to stay calm, to rationalize, to think. I was a scientist, for goodness sake. But the rational part of me was whispering doubts, shadows crawling in my thoughts. The lab's emergency generator was supposed to kick in. Usually within seconds. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then came the faintest sound. A soft scraping, like fingernails drawn over glass, coming from the containment area. I froze, every muscle tensing. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. No answer. Just the scraping again, slower now, deliberate almost. I could feel the darkness pressing closer, as if it had shape and intent. I backed away, my footsteps hesitant, uneven. I could no longer tell if the darkness was just absence of light or something that was alive, something that was waiting. Waiting for me. The scraping sound had stopped, but the silence that followed was worse, thicker, like it had weight. I stood frozen for what felt like minutes, the air around me suddenly colder, sharper. The emergency lights were supposed to flicker on, but the lab remained shrouded in darkness, my only illumination the faint glow of my phone's screen, which was already at 20% and dropping fast. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. The containment area was just ahead, beyond the thick glass tank where the microbes were supposed to be safely sealed. I had to check the system logs, find out what had gone wrong. Maybe there was a backup somewhere, a manual override. I told myself that, but the doubt was already gnawing away at my confidence. The floor beneath my feet was cold concrete, rough and slightly damp from the last rainfall that had seeped in through a crack I hadn't noticed before. The smell had changed too. Gone was the sterile bleach scent, replaced by something acrid and metallic, like burnt copper mixed with wet earth. It made my nose wrinkle involuntarily. "Hello?" My voice cracked again, hardly steady. No answer. Only the distant hum of the wind outside, slipping through the ventilation ducts. I edged toward the control panel, hands trembling enough that I had to clutch the edges of the console to keep steady. The screen was black, dead. I tapped it repeatedly, willing it to respond. Nothing. Then, a faint buzzing, electrical, but irregular, like a short circuit struggling to find a path through damaged wires. The power failure wasn't total, something was still drawing current. I frowned, glancing up at the tank. The microbes inside had been genetically engineered to break down toxic waste, to convert heavy metals into inert compounds. That was the theory, anyway. But the samples in this tank looked different now. The liquid was darker, thicker, almost oily in consistency. The microbes themselves had multiplied beyond the expected rate. I remembered the last readings off the charts, nearly impossible. I'd written it off as a sensor error. Now, I wasn't so sure. A scraping noise began again, softer this time, like something moving just beneath the surface of the liquid. I leaned closer, squinting through the murky glass. Shadows shifted in the tank, but not like anything I'd seen before. The microbes weren't just growing, they were organizing. Clumping together into shapes that defied logic, almost architectural. I blinked, trying to focus. Then my phone vibrated sharply in my pocket. I yanked it out, relief flooding me, an incoming call. I almost dropped it. It was Mara. Her name flashed on the screen, and I answered immediately, voice low. "Did you get the blackout too?" she asked, breathless. "Yes," I whispered, glancing over my shoulder. The generator didn't kick in. And something's wrong with the tank. There was a pause, then a quiet, "I'm coming over." Mara was the only person I trusted here. The isolation of this place had always been a double-edged item, great for focus, terrible for emergencies. "Be careful," I said, before the line went dead. I pocketed the phone and took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking limbs. The scraping had stopped again, but I could feel it, that pressure in the air, like the dark was closing in. The lab's main entrance was still sealed tight, powered by electronic locks. No way out until the system rebooted. I made my way to the secondary hallway where the manual override was supposed to be. The walls here were lined with pipes and cables, some sparking faintly, others cold and lifeless. I felt along the metal surface until I found the panel, its cover warped and brittle. Fumbling, I pried it open. Inside, a tangle of wires and a small, blinking red light. The emergency power switch. I pressed it, holding my breath. Nothing. Great, I muttered. Then, a sudden vibration through the floor, low and steady. Like a distant engine, or the rumble of an approaching storm. I froze again. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. The darkness at the far end of the corridor seemed to pulse, swallowing the faint light. I could almost hear a faint, what sounded like something slick and alive moving just beyond vision. I tried to shake off the feeling. Logic. Science. The microbes. Whatever this was, it had to have a physical explanation. But the silence was broken by a new sound: footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not mine. I turned sharply, squinting into the gloom. Hello? I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Hard to believe, I know. Then, a faint cough. Mara? I whispered, stepping forward. Yes, came the reply, just beyond the shadows. I'm here. Her voice was soft but urgent. I could hear the strain in it. Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by tension. She was closer now, but something was off. The air around her seemed heavier, almost damp. There was a faint smell, something earthy and rotten, like decayed berry beneath wet leaves. Did you bring the backup batteries? I asked. No, she said. The trucks never left the main road. The storm took out the bridges. I cursed under my breath. The isolation was complete. We have to find another way to get the systems online, I said, scanning the hallway for any sign of movement. She stepped closer, and I noticed her face pale in the dim light. Her eyes darted nervously. Something's wrong, she said quietly. The microbes, they're not just in the tank anymore. What do you mean? I asked, heart quickening. I saw patches of black slime in the storage rooms. It's spreading. My stomach churned. The idea of the microbes mutating wasn't new, but spreading outside containment? That was catastrophic. We need to quarantine the area, I said, already planning the next steps. Seal off the labs, isolate the ventilation. If this stuff corrodes everything, we can't risk it getting outside. She nodded, but the worry in her eyes deepened. And the darkness? She asked. It feels like it's alive. I wanted to dismiss it as paranoia, but I couldn't. I'd felt it too, that pressure, as if the dark was more than just an absence of light. Like it was waiting, hunting. We'll figure it out, I said, trying to sound confident. But first, we need to get the emergency lights on. We made our way back toward the control room, moving carefully. The lab around us felt alien, transformed by the quiet menace that had settled over everything. The air was thick with tension, and each step echoed louder than it should. Suddenly, a low, wet scraping noise echoed from the far end of the hallway. We froze, breath caught in our throats. Did you hear that? Mara whispered. I did, I said. It's coming from the storage bay. Neither of us wanted to investigate, but we had no choice. If the microbes were spreading, we needed proof. Evidence to understand what we were dealing with. Slowly, we crept toward the storage bay door. The metal surface was cold under my fingertips, but the handle was slick, almost greasy. I glanced at Mara. On 3? She nodded. 1, 2, 3. I pulled. The door gave way with a hiss, revealing a dark room filled with rows of sealed containers. The emergency lights flickered weakly here, casting long shadows that writhed at the edges of vision. And then I saw it. Black slime, thick and glistening, crawling across the floor like a living stain. It spread slowly, tendrils reaching toward the containers, coating everything it touched in a glossy film that shimmered in the dim light. The smell hit me then, sharp and sour, like rust mixed with rot. Mara swallowed hard beside me. It's everywhere. I swallowed too, dry and bitter, trying not to look away. If this was the microbes at work, mutating and adapting beyond any control, then the darkness wasn't just an absence of light. It was something else entirely, something that consumed light, that corroded matter, and now threatened to consume us. I wanted to believe we could contain it, that science could solve this. But deep down, I knew we were already outmatched. The power flickered again, and the scraping sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. Silence. Complete silence. I held my breath, the faint hum of the darkened lab pressing against my ears like a living thing. The emergency lights still hadn't kicked in. The control panel was dead, nothing but blank screens and cold metal. I glanced at Sarah, her face pale, eyes wide, fingers tight around her clipboard. "We can't stay here," she whispered, voice barely audible. "We need to get those lights on before whatever that was comes back." I nodded, though every instinct screamed to run. But run where? The corridors behind us were pitch black too, and the outside doors were sealed tight. We'd locked down the lab after the containment breach, but that meant no easy escape. We were trapped in a tomb of our own making. I reached for the flashlight clipped to my belt and clicked it on. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the warped walls and the thin sheen of moisture that coated everything. There was a faint, sour smell like rotten metal and something organic, half decayed. The microbes must have spread, eating through the infrastructure, corroding the pipes and wiring. "Look at this," I said, crouching near a patch of wall where the paint bubbled and peeled away like burnt parchment. Underneath, the concrete was etched with tiny, intricate patterns, almost like microscopic tunnels. This isn't just damage. It's growth. Sarah knelt beside me, tracing a finger over the strange textures. "It's moving," she said, voice trembling. I saw it shift when the light hit it. I swallowed hard. I wanted to believe it was fatigue, or the flickering of the flashlight playing tricks on us. But I knew better. The microbes had mutated, becoming something far beyond our control. They weren't just consuming waste anymore. They were consuming light itself, and everything light touched was corroded, breaking down faster than anything I'd ever seen. "We need to isolate the ventilation shafts," I said, standing up quickly. "If spores get into the air, cold and heavy with silence system, this whole facility could be compromised." Sarah nodded, already pulling up the schematics on her tablet, the glow from the screen a small island of light in the dark. "I'm on it. But the main control for the vents is in the sub-basement. That's a long way from here." I grimaced. The sub-basement was the lowest level, and the further we went down, the less stable the structure felt. If the microbes had spread that far, they might have already eaten through support beams or wiring. The thought made my stomach twist. "Let's move," I said. "Slow, steady. No sudden noises." We slipped through the hallway, flashlight beams darting ahead like nervous eyes. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant drip of water and the soft scrape of something wet against the floor behind us. I dared a glance over my shoulder, but saw nothing. Still, I could feel it, the darkness pressing in, thick and heavy, a physical weight. "Do you think it's intelligent?" Sarah asked, voice low, almost a whisper. I paused, considering. "I don't know. It's not alive like us. But it adapts. It reacts. It hunts in the dark." The phrase sounded absurd even to me. Darkness was the absence of light, not some predator lurking in the shadows. But the evidence was impossible to ignore. The microbes had created a kind of darkness that wasn't empty, it was active, corrosive, and deadly. The stairwell leading down to the sub-basement was narrow and claustrophobic. The air grew colder as we descended, and the smell became sharper, acrid, and metallic. My hands trembled as I gripped the railing, the rusted metal rough against my skin. Sarah's footsteps echoed, quick and uneven. About halfway down, the emergency lights flickered on for a moment, casting a sickly yellow glow before dying out again. For a heartbeat, I saw shapes moving just beyond the light's reach, shapes that shouldn't have been there. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Sarah nodded, eyes wide. "Something's down here with us." We reached the sub-basement door, its surface corroded and pitted. I hesitated, then forced the handle down. The door groaned open, revealing a room filled with ventilation controls, panels covered in dust and grime. The air was thick, almost viscous, like breathing through a wet cloth. Sarah moved to the console, fingers flying over the buttons and switches. If I can reroute the airflow and seal off the ducts, it might buy us some time. I scanned the room, flashlight beam cutting across the floor. That's when I noticed the patches of darkness, blackened areas where the light barely penetrated, as if the microbes had formed dense clusters. Then I heard it. A soft, wet sucking sound, like something pulling moisture from the air. It came from the far corner, just beyond the reach of the flashlight. I turned to look, my breath catching. Something was there. Not a creature, not exactly. More like a living shadow, a swirling mass of darkness that moved with purpose. It wasn't solid, but it wasn't empty either. It pressed against the walls, oozed along the floor, the edges shimmering with an oily sheen. Sarah gasped beside me. "We have to finish this now." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Hurry." She worked frantically, the console lights flickering as systems struggled to reboot. The sucking sound grew louder, closer, like the darkness itself was reaching for us. Suddenly, the room plunged into total black. The emergency power failed completely. I froze, heart pounding wildly. "We're blind," Sarah whispered, barely audible over my ragged breathing. The darkness was no longer just absence, it was presence. It was around us, enveloping us, consuming the faintest hint of light. Then came the realization that crushed me: the power failure wasn't an accident. The microbes had done this. They could extend the darkness, choke out the light, and in doing so, seal us inside this living nightmare. "We're trapped," I said, voice breaking. "No lights, no ventilation, no way out." Sarah looked at me, eyes reflecting pure terror. "What do we do now?" I didn't have an answer. The microbes had rewritten the rules. The darkness was no longer just a setting, it was the enemy. And we had walked straight into its lair. A sudden scraping noise echoed again, closer this time, wet and deliberate. "We can't stay still," I said, forcing myself to move despite the cold sweat slicking my skin. "We have to find another way." But where? The hallways behind us had been sealed. The sub-basement was the lowest point. Our options were gone. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal and fear thick on my tongue. The microbes had mutated beyond anything we ever imagined. They consumed light, corroded everything, and now they controlled the darkness itself. There was no turning back. Only forward. And whatever waited in the shadows was coming for us. The darkness pulsed. It wasn't just an absence of light anymore, it was an entity, and it was hungry. I kept my flashlight trained on the corner where the shadow mass throbbed, but the beam seemed to dissolve as it touched the edges, swallowed whole by the oily blackness. The soft sucking sound continued, wet and desperate, like the lab itself was exhaling through some open wound. Sarah's voice cracked. If we don't seal the vents soon, it'll spread faster. We'll never outrun it. I nodded, but my hand shook as I reached for the console. The buttons felt slick beneath my fingers, as if coated in some invisible residue. Maybe it was from the microbes, or maybe it was sweat. I couldn't tell anymore. My throat was dry, taste metallic like copper. Almost there, she said, her breath ragged. Just need to override the main valve. I glanced back at the darkness. It had thickened, creeping out from the corner in slow, deliberate waves, tendrils licking at the floor, curling around discarded cables and splintered wood. The texture reminded me of wet tar, but this was alive, moving with a will. Sarah, I whispered. Do you think it's consuming the light? Like it's feeding on it? She swallowed hard. I don't know, but it's definitely not natural. It's changing the whole atmosphere. It feels like the air, cold and heavy with silence, is heavier. I swallowed a dry cough. The room smelled wrong, like burnt ozone mixed with something rotten, maybe the microbes breaking down the synthetic compounds we'd engineered. I could taste it, bitter and chemical, at the back of my tongue. Suddenly, the console sparked. A sharp crack echoed through the room, and the lights flickered weakly for a moment before dying again. Darkness swallowed us whole. The flashlight's beam was now a narrow, trembling thread in the abyss. I stumbled back, hand outstretched, fingers brushing cold metal. My breath hitched. The sucking sound grew louder, closer, wet and insistent. Sarah? I called, voice barely steady. Where are you? Over here, she hissed, voice trembling. I'm by the panel. I hitched forward, feeling the cold slickness of the floor beneath my boots. Every step was a careful calculation. The darkness seemed to shift beneath me, slithering, alive. It pressed against my skin like a damp cloth, chilling and suffocating. Then I heard it, a faint scraping, like nails on glass, but wet and irregular. It came from behind the console. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs. What was that? Don't know. Maybe the microbes, if they've mutated enough, maybe they're trying to break through. Break through what? I swallowed the lump in my throat. The walls? The lab? She didn't answer. Instead, a low wood squelch echoed, and I felt the floor vibrate slightly beneath us. Something shifted in the darkness, closer than before. Sarah, I said, voice tight, we have to get out. Now! No, she whispered fiercely. If we don't finish the ventilation override, we're trapped anyway. Her determination was a fragile thread in the storm around us. I admired it, even as my limbs trembled. The microbes weren't just spreading, they were transforming the space, turning everything into a hostile environment. The air had thickened so much I felt like I was breathing through molasses. My flashlight flickered again, spasming like a dying heartbeat. Then, the beam caught a shape. Not solid, more of a ripple, a shadow folding in on itself like a living stain. It moved toward me, slow but purposeful. Step back, I said, voice barely above a whisper. I don't know what that is. I took a step, then another. The darkness followed, undulating, sucking the light from the beam, erasing the edges of reality. My skin prickled, a crawling sensation like ants beneath my shirt. Focus, Sarah urged. You can do this. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that we could outsmart whatever this was. But the shadow was spreading now, reaching out like fingers, and the air tasted sour like something was decaying inside me. A sudden, sharp noise made me jump, a distant crack, like ice breaking. The ventilation duct above our heads shuddered, and a faint hiss of escaping air whispered through the darkness. Did you hear that? I asked. Is it coming from the vents? Yeah. Sarah's voice was tight. We're losing pressure. If the microbes get into the ductwork, there's no containment. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. We have to finish this now. Together, we moved toward the console, following the faint glow of emergency backup lights that flickered weakly on the far wall. The darkness seemed to recoil slightly from them, but only just. My fingers scrambled over the controls, pushing buttons, flipping switches. The console responded with a hum, then a low mechanical groan. The air shifted, colder, thinner. The microbes seemed to hesitate, a ripple of uncertainty passing through the black mass. Come on, Sarah whispered. Come on. The darkness was a living thing now. I realized that the microbes, the ones we engineered to devour toxic waste, had transformed into something else entirely. Not just a mutation in the petri dish or under the microscope, but an organism that fed on light itself, turning the shadows into a creeping predator. The power failure had been their invitation to roam. I didn't understand it at first. When the lights died, the lab became a cage. I could hear the faintest things, soft rustles, a wet, almost sticky sound of something moving across the walls and ceiling. It wasn't just silence. It was a silence full of waiting, of watching. I pressed my back against the cold metal of the storage cabinet, the roughness biting into my shirt as I tried to steady my breath. My hands trembled, fingers twitching like they wanted to run away or claw at something, anything, just to break the tension. I tried to call for help on the radio. Static. Nothing. The emergency generator was dead. No backup. Not here, not in the middle of nowhere. I knew the microbes weren't alive in any traditional sense. But what we created was something that thrived without light, something corrosive that ate through the lab's sealed walls like acid. I remembered the small sample containers, some of them cracked, their seals broken, the culture spilling onto the bench tops and floor. It had spread quickly, faster than anything I predicted. I had to keep moving, but the darkness clung to me. It was a thick, suffocating presence, pressing in with cold humidity that smelled faintly metallic. Like rust and old blood. I thought about the old flashlight in my jacket pocket. It was barely more than a novelty, a relic from better prepared days. The beam was weak, flickering. But it was all I had. I flicked it on, the narrow circle of light trembling as I raised my arm. The microbes recoiled, a subtle but unmistakable retreat, as if the beam was a barrier too bright for them to cross. Yet, the shadows beyond the light seemed to pulse, as if breathing, waiting for the beam to falter again. I moved slowly, deliberately, feeling the smooth metal of the lab counters under my fingertips, the sticky residue of the microbial film that corroded everything it touched. The floor was uneven, slippery in places. Each step was a risk. I thought about the old security hatch near the storage bay, the only exit that didn't rely on electricity to open. I had to get there. The microbe's corrosive touch was everywhere. Equipment that once cleaned was now pitted and dull, the surfaces eaten away like aged parchment. I could taste the decay, a sharp bitterness at the back of my throat, almost metallic. My skin prickled with the sensation of the darkness brushing against me, a cold so deep it felt like it seeped through the pores. I whispered to myself, "Keep going. Keep going." The words sounded hollow, but I needed the sound. Needed to remind myself I was still here, still human. I wasn't sure how long I'd been in the dark. Time had lost meaning. When I reached the security hatch, I found it stuck. The microbes had crept into the seal, thick and slick. I pressed my palm against the metal, feeling the vibration of my own heartbeat in my fingertips. The hatch didn't budge. Then I heard it. A low, wet scraping sound behind me. I froze. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief blink of darkness, the sound grew closer. The microbes, no, the darkness itself, was moving, hungry. I could feel it pressing against the back of my neck, a cold breath that tasted of rust and rot. I turned sharply, shining the light into the blackness. The beam caught on something writhing, a massive slick, glistening growth that pulsed faintly, eating away at the wall panel. It was alive in the only way that mattered. It was spreading, consuming, and I was trapped inside. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound. The hatch was my only chance. I gritted my teeth and pressed harder against the seal, feeling the microbes give way, a slimy resistance that made my skin crawl. With a final shove, the hatch creaked open. Cold night air rushed in, sharp and clean. The faint stars overhead were pinpricks of light, distant and indifferent. I stumbled through the opening, the grass cold beneath my hands as I pulled myself out. The microbes didn't follow. They couldn't survive without the darkness of the sealed lab. I lay there for a moment, the night sky above me, lungs burning with relief as I gulped in fresh air. The lab behind me was quiet, the darkness contained for now. I knew it wouldn't stay that way. Something we created had turned against us, a reminder that nature, twisted or not, had its own rules. The sun rose hours later, pale and hesitant. I watched it climb the sky, the light burning away the shadows like a promise. I felt different, stripped raw by what I'd endured. The microbes had taught me that darkness wasn't just the absence of light. It was a force. A predator. I didn't speak about what happened. How could I? Who would believe the darkness was alive? The labs were sealed, quarantined. The government would spin it into reports and statistics, sanitizing the horror into numbers. But I knew what I saw, what I survived. And I knew the microbes weren't gone. They were waiting in the dark, always waiting for the next light to fail. I left the remote outpost behind, but something stayed with me, a gnawing unease, a shadow that lingered in the corner of my vision, in the silence between sounds. I learned that some creations are best left untouched, and some darknesses are not meant to be challenged. I buried the memory deep, but it never fully left me. The lab, the microbes, the suffocating darkness, they were part of me now. A warning in every flicker of a failing light, a whisper in every shadow. Sometimes, late at night, I still reach for the light switch. And sometimes, it doesn't come on right away. Silence. Complete silence. Story 5, Time-worn stranger at campfire, lost between eras. I remember the first night at the campsite like it was stitched into the back of my eyelids, a patchwork of sounds and smells that refused to settle even after I'd left. I told myself I came here for a break away from the noise of the city, the constant buzz of emails and half-finished conversations. Just me, some books, and the wilderness. Nothing fancy. No distractions. Even now, I can't decide if it was a good idea or not. The first few hours were exactly what I'd wanted, the crackle of a small fire, the occasional rustle of a squirrel or bird, the slow crawl of darkness over the treetops. I remember the rough texture of the bark against my fingertips when I collected kindling, the way the dry wood snapped under my careful weight. The cold seeped into my boots as I settled near the flames, the warmth licking my skin in waves. When the night deepened, the usual sounds of the forest took on a different tone. Crickets chirped in uneven rhythms, and somewhere far off, a dog barked sharp and sudden, then fading into the distance. Silence. Complete silence. It wasn't unsettling exactly, but it was different from the city's constant hum. Even the wind felt hesitant, whispering through the branches rather than roaring. I was halfway through a chapter in my book when I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Crunching on dry leaves. I froze, the book slipping from my fingers. At first, I thought it was just another camper, but the way the steps paused and shifted suggested something else. A hesitation. Near the edge of the clearing, the light from my fire flickered against the trees. "Hello?" I called out, hoping my voice didn't crack. Nothing. Just the wind picking up, rattling the branches overhead. A figure emerged from the shadows. A man. Pale face, eyes wide as he stepped into the firelight. His clothes looked off, like they'd been stitched together from different decades, or maybe thrifted and mismatched. A loose cardigan over a faded shirt, trousers too short at the ankle. His hair was cut strangely, too neat, too deliberate, like a style borrowed from a longer past time. "Sorry," he said, voice low and uncertain. "I didn't mean to scare you. I'm lost." I blinked, trying to place him. The chill in the air seemed to deepen, even though the fire still crackled. Something about the way he looked at me, like he was trying to remember where he was, or what he was supposed to be doing, made my skin prickle. "Lost?" I repeated. "You're okay? You need help?" He nodded, swallowed hard. I'm not sure where I am. I thought I was on the road to Millersville, but this doesn't look right. I glanced around. Millersville was about 10 miles east, but the road out here was little more than a dirt track, overgrown and barely visible under fallen leaves. "You've been walking a while?" "Yeah," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Couple of hours, I think." He shifted his eyes, then added, "Or maybe longer." "I don't really know." I wanted to ask him why he looked like he had stepped out of a black and white photograph, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I offered him a seat near the fire, and he accepted without hesitation. His name was George, he said. He carried no phone, no map, nothing that could explain why he was so out of place. Yet the more he talked, the more the details grew tangled. He mentioned a car that didn't match any modern model, spoke about radio stations that had shut down decades ago, and referenced events I knew to be long past. I told myself it was just confusion, maybe a trick of memory or a joke gone too far. I poured him a cup of hot tea from my flask, the steam misting in the cool air. He took it with trembling hands, and the warmth seemed to settle him a bit. "That's better," he said, his voice steadier. "Thank you." We sat in silence for a while, watching the fire's glow paint his face in soft orange hues. The forest seemed to hold its breath around us, every creature still. There was a faint rustling behind the trees, but I told myself it was just the wind again. Eventually, George stood up, brushing off his trousers. "I should keep moving," he said. "Maybe I'll find a road soon." I nodded, unsure if I should offer to walk with him or just stay put. There was something about him that made me uneasy, but I couldn't say what. His eyes held a flicker of desperation that went beyond simple disorientation. He paused at the edge of the clearing, glanced back once more. "Thanks for the fire," he said. "I don't know why, but I feel like you're the only person who's seen me." And then he was gone, swallowed by the shadows where the trees closed in tight. The silence returned, heavier this time. The fire's crackle felt distant, almost fragile. I rubbed my arms, suddenly cold and alert. Something was wrong here, more than just a lost traveler. I didn't sleep that night. I listened to the forest breathing, waiting for the next interruption, wondering what I'd just let into my world. Dawn crept slowly, painting the sky in bruised purples and faded golds. When the first light finally touched the clearing, I found a single ash-blackened feather lying where he had vanished. It wasn't just a man I'd met, it was something else entirely. The ash-blackened feather lay on the damp earth like a dark promise. I stared at it long after the fire had burned low, the embers whispering faintly beneath the cooling ash. Dawn was still hours away, but I couldn't stop my eyes from searching the shadows beyond the clearing where the stranger had disappeared. The forest seemed quieter now, too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the dying fire, fingers tracing the rough bark of a fallen log, my mind replaying every detail of the man's visit. His eyes, the desperation, the way he looked over his shoulder, as if something was chasing him, except there was no one there. Not in the way I could see. Morning came slow, a muted gray light creeping through the trees, the usual chorus of birds strangely absent. I brushed the feather between my fingers again. It was stiff, almost brittle, but unmistakably black, like it had been charred. I tried to convince myself it was a crow's feather, maybe burned in the fire, but it didn't feel right. I wrapped it in a scrap of cloth and stuffed it into my pack. If I was going to figure out what was happening here, I needed to start gathering clues. By mid-morning, the campsite looked untouched, but the unease had settled deep in my bones. I began a systematic search of the clearing and the surrounding woods, moving slowly, methodically, like I was trying to piece together a puzzle I didn't fully understand. The ground was damp, still holding the night's chill. Moss clung to the tree trunks, soft and cool under my fingers. The air smelled faintly of pine and something else, something metallic, coppery. My eyes caught a glint near a cluster of ferns, and I crouched down to pick up a small, rusted pocket watch. The glass face was cracked, the hands frozen at 3:17. I turned it over, hoping for a maker's mark or a clue to its origin, but found only a faint engraving, to EM, with all my love. The initials meant nothing to me, but the watch felt out of place here, like a relic dropped by someone who wasn't meant to be in this time, or at least not in this forest. I pocketed the watch and moved on, scanning for anything else unusual. The forest floor was littered with pine needles and scattered leaves, but there were no footprints aside from my own and the faint tracks left by the stranger last night. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The thought chilled me to the bone. That afternoon, as the sun climbed higher and the shadows grew shorter, I heard voices. Whispered, urgent, coming from the far side of the clearing. I froze, straining to listen. They didn't sound like the man from last night. These voices were sharper, more frantic. I edged closer, keeping low behind a thick stand of bushes. Two figures emerged into view, both disheveled, eyes darting. One was a woman, her clothes a patchwork of fabrics that looked decades old but didn't match any era I recognized. The other was a younger man, clutching a battered suitcase that looked as worn as he did. They spotted me immediately. The woman's eyes widened, and the man stepped forward, hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. "We're lost," the woman said quickly, her voice breathy but firm. "We don't know how we got here." I blinked, confused. You're from around here?" She shook her head. "No. We're travelers. But not like you think. We're from different times." I wanted to laugh, but something in her tone stopped me. It wasn't a joke or a trick. There was a raw edge to her words, like they had been rehearsed too many times and now barely held together. "Different times?" I repeated, swallowing hard. "What does that mean?" The younger man spoke then, voice cracking. "We don't understand it ourselves. One moment we're somewhere else, and the next we're here. We've been trying to find each other, to figure out why." Their story felt impossible, and yet their eyes didn't lie. There was a shared exhaustion, a desperation I recognized. But the details didn't add up. Their clothes, their speech, the things they remembered, they clashed in ways that made no sense. I studied them quietly, searching for the cracks. The woman kept glancing at the woods, as if afraid something was watching. The man's hands trembled when he set down the suitcase. I noticed a faint smell of antiseptic on his skin, like he'd been in a hospital recently. "Why here?" I asked finally. "Why this forest?" They exchanged a glance, and the woman's lips pressed into a thin line. "It's the only place we all remember. Or think we do." I hesitated. The weight of their words pressed against me, heavy and confusing. "You say you're from different decades?" "Yes," the woman said. "But the years don't make sense anymore. They blur." I thought about the watch, the feather, the strange void in the woods. Something was wrong, something far beyond lost travelers or mismatched memories. "Have you seen him?" I asked, the name slipping out before I could stop it. "The man from last night?" They both nodded, eyes darkening. "He's one of us," the man said. "But he's different now." "Different how?" I pressed. The woman swallowed, eyes flicking to the trees. "He's changed. The forest did something to him. To all of us, maybe." Their words sent a chill crawling up my spine. The forest wasn't just a place where people got lost. It was a trap. A cage. I looked at the suitcase again, wondering what secrets it held. The man noticed and shook his head. "Nothing inside but memories," he said softly. I wanted to believe them. I wanted to find a logical explanation. But as twilight bled into the sky, turning the world of bruised purple, I knew the truth was darker. The forest wasn't just swallowing time, it was swallowing people. And whoever or whatever was behind it wasn't finished yet. We sat around the fire I rebuilt, the three of us silent except for the occasional crackle of burning wood. The feather lay between us, a silent witness. I caught the woman watching the shadows again. "What happens next?" I asked her quietly. She shook her head. "We wait. We listen. We try not to disappear." Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves like distant whispers. Something moved just beyond the firelight. My skin prickled. The real storm was coming, and I wasn't sure any of us would make it through. The fire burned lower now, the flames reduced to glowing embers that cast long, flickering shadows against the trees. I wanted to believe them. I really did. I wanted to believe that these lost travelers from different times were just that, lost. But the way the woman kept glancing into the dark beyond the firelight, the way the man's eyes darted nervously whenever something rustled in the brush, it wasn't just fear. It was something deeper. Something like knowing you're already trapped. I rubbed my hands over the rough bark of a nearby log, trying to steady the tremble in my fingers. The air smelled damp and cold, with a hint of something metallic. Blood? I swallowed hard, telling myself that was ridiculous. There had been no sign of violence, no screams. But the thought stuck anyway. "Why did you come here?" I finally asked, breaking the silence. The woman's eyes didn't leave the shadows. "Because we had no choice. Because if we didn't, we vanished like the others." I blinked. Vanish? What do you mean like the others?" "We're not the first," the man said, voice low and rough. "People come here, get lost, and then they're gone. No reason. No trace. Just disappear. But you're still here," I said, voice barely a whisper. "Why?" "Because we found the cage," the woman said slowly, turning to face me. Her eyes were wide, dark, and haunted. Or maybe it found us first. I swallowed. The word cage made my chest tighten. I thought back to the suitcase again, its worn leather scratched and stained. "What cage?" She hesitated, then pulled a crumpled map from inside her jacket. The paper was yellowed and torn, the edges frayed like it had been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. She traced a shaky finger along a path that wound through the forest, stopping at a spot marked with a simple circle. "That's where it is," she said. "The place that traps people. Not with bars or locks, but with lies and shadows. It twists your head until you don't know what's real anymore." I frowned, trying to digest what she said. It sounded like nonsense, like one of those ghost stories you tell around a campfire to scare yourself awake. Except the fear in her voice was real. Too real. "Why didn't you leave?" I asked. "If it's so dangerous." The man shook his head. "You can't leave once you've seen it. The forest won't let you." I stared into the dark trees, suddenly feeling the weight of their presence. The branches seemed to lean closer, whispering secrets I couldn't understand. The forest wasn't just swallowing time. It was swallowing people. And worse, it was swallowing their minds. I looked back at the suitcase, half expecting it to move, to open on its own. The thought made me shiver. I wanted to run, to pack up and leave before the night swallowed us whole. But the truth was, I couldn't. I'd left my car keys back at the clearing when I went for firewood. When I thought about going back, the path seemed unfamiliar, twisted in ways it hadn't been before. The forest was already changing. "We're trapped," I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "All of us." The woman nodded, pulling her knees to her chest. "You don't get to choose where this ends. Once you step inside, the forest decides." The man leaned forward, voice urgent. "There's something else you should know. It's not just the forest. People come here looking for lost time, but what they find is something worse." "Like what?" I asked, swallowing hard. "People who want to keep you here," he said, eyes narrowing. "Not because they hate you, but because they need you. To survive. To hide." A cold sweat broke out over my back. "People? You mean?" "Others," the woman said quickly. "Those who came before us, who never left, who've been changed by this place. They watch. They wait. And they don't like strangers." I swallowed, suddenly aware of the silence beyond the fire again. The night had grown colder, the shadows deeper. Somewhere, something moved. Not a deer or a raccoon. Something slower. Watching. Waiting. I glanced at the suitcase one last time before pushing myself up. "I need to see this cage." "Don't," the man said, standing too quickly. "If you do, you might never come back." But I was already heading into the trees, the map clutched in my hand. The forest seemed to close in behind me, the branches snagging at my jacket and scratching my face. The dirt underfoot was soft and damp, the smell of earth and decay thick in the air. I forced myself to keep going, heart thundering, ears straining for any sound but my own breath and the crunch of leaves. The path twisted and turned, but the map was clear enough. Circle. Tage. After what felt like hours, I reached a clearing. The moon broke through the clouds, casting pale light over the place. And there it was. No bars. No walls. Just a ring of stones, ancient and covered in moss, standing like silent sentinels. But inside that ring, the air felt wrong. Heavy. Like the space itself was holding its breath. I stepped inside, and the world shifted. The sounds of the forest dulled, the colors faded to gray. My skin prickled, and a cold knot tightened in my stomach. I wanted to turn back, but something held me there. Then I saw them. Figures standing just outside the stone circle, faint shapes at first, barely more than shadows. But as my eyes adjusted, their faces became clearer. Faces from different times, wearing clothes from decades past, all watching me with hollow eyes. The suitcase. The memories. The trap. I realized then that the forest wasn't just swallowing people. It was swallowing who they were. Their identities. Their pasts. And those others weren't just watching. They were waiting for someone to join them. I spun around, heart hammering, desperate to escape. But the path back had vanished. The trees had closed in tight, nothing but darkness and silence beyond the stones. I was inside the cage, and it was already closing. I could hear the footsteps now. Slow, careful, coming closer. Not from the forest, but from the watchers. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. There was no going back now. Not really. I was trapped. And whoever or whatever was behind this wasn't finished with me yet. The footsteps stopped. Just beyond the circle, the watchers held their ground, unmoving, like statues carved from mist. My skin prickled, every nerve stretched thin beneath the weight of silence that fell suddenly, thick and suffocating. I couldn't tell whether the darkness around me was growing or if my eyes had simply failed. The forest had swallowed the path, the stones, and now me. I was caught in a tightening coil, and the watchers, those lost travelers wearing decades like ill-fitting skin, were the last thing I saw before the blackness pressed in. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry enough to crack. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves filled my lungs, but beneath it, something else lingered, a faint, metallic tang that made my tongue curl. Blood? Sweat? I couldn't be sure. The air was thick with it, pressing down, making it hard to think. My hands trembled against the rough stone edge of the circle, nails digging into the cold surface as if it could anchor me to reality. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice cracking. The words felt small, fragile against the vast silence. No reply. Only those hollow eyes, their faces shifting in the dim light, some young, some old, some with lines deep enough to carve a century into. The clothes were wrong, all wrong. The styles didn't match their stories, their accents stumbled over the era they claimed. It was as if the past had been stitched together poorly, a patchwork of forgotten truths and deliberate lies. I stepped back, heart thudding painfully against my ribs. The forest seemed to breathe around me, branches creaking, the dry rustle of leaves like whispers just out of reach. My eyes darted. The watchers didn't move, but I felt their gaze like needles prickling my skin. I had to get out. Had to find the trail. But the blackness beyond the stones was a wall, a void that refused to give way. A voice broke the silence. Quiet, smooth, almost too calm. "You shouldn't be here." I spun toward it. A man stood just beyond the circle, but this one wasn't like the others. His clothes were modern, jeans, a dark jacket, but his eyes were colder, sharper, calculating. A flicker of something dangerous passed over his face, and I stepped back instinctively. "Who? What are you?" My voice was barely steady. He smiled, slow and thin. "Lost, like the rest of them." "Lost?" I echoed. "You mean those people out there?" He nodded. "They're not visitors. Not travelers. They're reminders. Ghosts of mistakes. People who tried to leave but never really did." The air felt colder now, a chill that crept into my bones. I swallowed again, tasting the bitter tang of fear. But why? Why bring me here? His eyes flicked to the shadows beyond the circle, then back to me. "Because you're the next one. The one who thinks she can figure it out, escape the story. I wanted to laugh, but it came out hollow. I don't belong in some story. He shrugged, stepping closer. You do now. The forest seemed to lean in, the whisper of branches like a chorus of warning. My mind raced. This wasn't about time or decades. This was about control. About trapping people in a maze of confusion until they lost themselves completely. I glanced back at the watchers, their faces blurring at the edges, the details too vague to trust. Were they real? Or just shadows meant to unsettle me? The suitcase I'd found earlier felt heavier in my mind, its memories a tangled mess I couldn't untangle. I had to get out. Had to fight. Tell me what you want, I said, voice firmer now despite the trembling. He smiled again, but there was no warmth in it. I want you to understand. To join them. To become part of the silence. The words crawled under my skin like ice. I stepped back, heart hammering, searching for anything that could help me. The stones beneath my feet were slick with moss, the ground uneven and treacherous. The forest seemed to close in tighter, branches reaching like fingers. Why? I whispered, barely able to breathe. Why trap people here? He shrugged. Because some things can't be forgotten. Because some mistakes demand a price. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste now unmistakably blood. Not his, not mine. Somewhere close. Too close. A rustle to my left made me spin. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman, her clothes torn and dirty, eyes wide and wild. Don't listen to him, she hissed, voice urgent. He's the reason we're trapped. He's the one who waits, who makes us stay. I glanced back at the man. His smile faded, replaced by something darker, more dangerous. You've been lying, I said, voice rising despite myself. All of you. What is this place? You probably think I'm imagining things. He laughed low, bitter. It's a limbo. A prison of the mind. A place where time twists and people lose their way. Why me? I asked, desperation creeping in. What do you want from me? His face softened, almost pitying. To break the cycle. Or to become part of it. The woman stepped closer, eyes pleading. Fight it. Don't let him win. He's not what he seems. The man's gaze flicked between us, narrowing. You don't have a choice. I felt the panic rising, thick and suffocating. My legs trembled beneath me. The forest seemed to pulse, alive with silent threats. I knew then that escape wouldn't come from running. Not from the shadows or the watchers or their hollow promises. It had to come from inside. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs. The suitcase, the memories, the lies, they were all pieces of the same puzzle. I had to find a way to unravel it before the darkness swallowed me whole. The man stepped forward, and the woman grabbed my arm, her grip fierce and urgent. Listen, she whispered, there's a way out. But it's not here. Not with him. Her words cut through the fog clouding my mind. I had to trust her. I had to believe there was a way back. Even if it meant facing whatever nightmare lurked in the heart of this forest. The watchers shifted, their faces melting into shadows once more. The man's smile twisted into something cruel. You can't run from what you are, he said softly. Not here. Not ever. I pulled free from the woman's grip, heart pounding louder than the silence. I had to move. Had to find the crack in this dark cage. The forest seemed to close tighter with every step. The stones beneath my feet hummed with cold, ancient energy. The suitcase felt heavier in my hand, a weight of memories that weren't mine, a burden I had no choice but to carry. I didn't know what waited deeper in the dark, but I knew I couldn't stop. Not now. Not ever. Because the cage was closing. And if I didn't break free, I would become just another shadow, lost and hollow, waiting for the next traveler to stumble into the trap. The forest was quieter after they left. That's the first thing I noticed when the footsteps faded, swallowed by the night. No more whispers, no more the shuffling of unseen watchers. Just silence. Complete silence. I stood there, chest heaving, the suitcase still heavy in my hand, like it carried the weight of every secret this cursed place had ever swallowed. I didn't know if I was relieved or terrified. Maybe both. Maybe it was the same thing. The woman's words echoed in my mind, "There's a way out." But it's not here. Not with him. I wanted to believe her. I had to. But I wasn't sure what I was supposed to be running from exactly, or if the man with the cruel smile had been right, that I couldn't escape what I was. If that meant the forest, the watchers, or some darker truth buried beneath the layers of confusion and time. I took a deep breath, the chill air biting at my lungs. The smell of damp earth and pine needles hung heavy, pressing down on me. The suitcase throbbed at my side, a dull pulse against my thigh. I didn't want to open it again. Not yet. Not until I was sure I could handle what was inside. But I knew I couldn't stay. I moved forward, feet crunching on broken twigs and dry leaves, following the faint glow of my flashlight. The beam flickered once before steadying, casting long, trembling shadows between the gnarled trunks. I felt the forest's breath on my neck, cold and watching. The stones beneath my feet hummed with that same low resonance from before, a sound I wasn't sure was real or just the echo of my own racing heartbeat. The path twisted, narrowing into a barely there trail that seemed to lead toward a clearing. I stumbled out into moonlight, silver and sharp, where the old campsite sat abandoned. Tattered remnants of tents fluttered like ghosts in the breeze, and the fire pit was a hollow ring of cracked stones, cold to the touch. I dropped the suitcase gently beside it, wary of disturbing whatever memories it held. I sat down, knees pulled close, fingers brushing the rough bark of a nearby tree. The forest was still, but not peaceful. There was tension, like the air, cold and heavy with silence was waiting for something to break. I thought about the visitors, the lost travelers from different decades, their stories tangled and impossible. How their confusion wasn't just about time. It was about identity, about roles forced on them and secrets they couldn't escape. The man with the cruel smile who said, "You can't run from what you are." What did that mean? Was I like them? One of them? Or something worse? My hands trembled. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of my own fear. I wanted to scream, to shout into the night, but the sound caught in my throat. Instead, I pulled the suitcase closer and unlatched it slowly, half expecting it to bite. Inside were fragments, old photographs, yellowed and curling, of faces I recognized but didn't. Letters written in shaky ink, stamped with dates that shouldn't have existed. A cracked pocket watch, stopped at 3:17. A small music box, silent but for the faint scent of lavender and rust. Each item was a shard of a life I couldn't place, a time I couldn't belong to. And yet, they felt familiar, like echoes of my own memories fraying at the edges. The realization hit me then. This wasn't about time travel. It was about being trapped in roles, in stories written by others, in the relentless pressure of expectation. The visitors weren't lost in time. They were lost in identity. And I was slipping into the same trap. I closed the suitcase, heart pounding with a strange mix of sorrow and clarity. The forest wasn't just a cage of trees and stones. It was a prison of the mind, where the Watchers waited not to harm the body but to capture the soul. I stood up, brushing dirt from my jeans. The moon had moved, shadows lengthening, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked, sharp, urgent. It reminded me I wasn't alone. Not entirely. There was a way out. The woman's voice was right. But it wasn't through force or confrontation. It was through choice. I had to stop running from what I was and start deciding what I wanted to become. The next morning, I woke on the edge of the forest, the suitcase by my side but lighter somehow. The sun spilled warm and golden through the trees, birdsong weaving a fragile promise of hope. I had made it through the night, yes, but more than that, I had faced the dark and found a crack in the cage. I didn't know what lay ahead beyond the trees, or if the Watchers had truly let me go. But I carried something with me now, a flicker of freedom, fragile and fierce. Walking away from the campsite, the suitcase felt less like a burden and more like a key. Not to escape the past, but to unlock the future. The forest remained behind me, silent and waiting, but I was already moving forward. I could still hear the faint echo of that cruel smile in my mind, but it no longer held power over me. Because I wasn't running anymore. I was choosing. And sometimes, that was the scariest thing of all. The forest would remember me. The Watchers would too. But I had remembered myself. And that made all the difference. Story 6, Time-Locked Cabin, Haunted Rentals Temporal Trap. The moment I stepped through the front door, a strange quiet settled over me, a quiet so absolute that it felt almost deliberate. I'd booked the rental 3 weeks earlier, scrolling through endless online listings after a month that had ground me down to a fine powder. The city noise, the endless emails, the people I barely liked but had to tolerate, it all felt like a slow squeeze on my chest. When I found the listing for this place, described as secluded, peaceful, a perfect escape, I didn't hesitate. The photos showed a small, weathered cabin on the edge of dense woods, with a porch just wide enough for a chair and a good book. The kind of place where you could forget the world. But standing inside now, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching me. The floorboards creaked softly underfoot, and the faint hum of a refrigerator in the kitchen was the only sound breaking the stillness. I set my bag down on the rough-hewn wooden table, the surface scratched and uneven, like it had stories to tell I wasn't meant to hear. I ran my fingers over the grain, feeling the texture rise beneath my skin, cool and slightly sticky with some unidentifiable residue. I tried to ignore the chill creeping up my spine as I glanced out the window. The trees leaned in close, their branches scraping against the glass like fingernails. The sky was a dull gray, the kind that promises rain but never quite delivers. I muttered to myself, well, at least it's quiet. The first night passed with little incident. I had unpacked and made a simple dinner, canned soup heated on the old stove, the flame flickering under the pot unevenly. The lights in the house were dim, casting long shadows that twisted oddly on the walls. I told myself it was just the age of the place, the way things settled when no one was around. I was tucked into the worn couch by 9, the blanket pulled tight around my shoulders, the silence outside pressing in. I read a few pages of a book I had brought, but the words blurred. Sleep came easy, or so I thought. Morning arrived with a soft chill that slipped through the cracked window pane. I woke to the sound of a buzzing phone on the kitchen counter. It wasn't mine. My phone was still on silent by the bed, screen dark. The buzzing stopped and started again, insistent. I crossed the room, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and found a black smartphone lying face up next to the toaster. It wasn't mine. I never owned a phone like that. The lock screen showed a time I didn't recognize, 7:03 a.m., but the date was yesterday. I swiped to unlock it, and the screen lit up with a cascade of notifications, emails, messages, social media alerts. From people I didn't know. Names like Maya, Luke, Sophie. Pictures of places I'd never been, smiling faces I didn't recognize, and conversations about plans I had no part in. My hands trembled as I scrolled. There was a message from Maya. Did you see the news? I can't believe what happened downtown. We should talk. Another from Luke. Missed you at the meeting. Everything okay? I tried to piece it together, but it made no sense. I didn't know these people. I didn't have meetings. And there was no news I was aware of. The whole thing felt like a bad joke or a prank, except the phone wasn't new. It looked used, worn around the edges like it had been carried everywhere. I set it down carefully on the counter. The buzzing stopped. Then, I heard it. A faint knocking at the back door. I froze. There was no path to the back from the woods, no sign anyone should be near. I told myself it was the wind, an animal, or maybe a branch falling. But the knocking came again, 3 light raps, deliberate and slow. I walked over, every nerve on edge. The door was old, the paint peeling, the latch rusted. I peered through the small window and saw nothing but the dense forest. No footprints in the dirt, no movement. Just the trees. Hello? I called, voice cracking more than I expected. Is someone there? Silence. Complete silence. I closed the door and locked it, even though the bolt was shaky and the key rattled in my hand. Back inside, I tried to shake off the unease. I told myself I was imagining things, that the phone was left by the previous guest and I had simply found it. Maybe the messages were old, or meant for someone else. I sat down at the kitchen table, the morning light slanting through the curtain, casting stripes across the floor. I had coffee ready in the pot. The bitter smell filled the air, grounding me a little. But my eyes kept flicking back to the phone. I glanced at the screen again. Another notification popped up. An email this time, subject line, "Where were you last night?" I didn't open it. I didn't want to know. Instead, I stared out the window, watching the branches sway, wondering if I'd made a mistake coming here. The peace I sought felt fragile, like a thin sheet stretched over something dark and restless. Maybe it was just the loneliness talking. Maybe I was too tired. But something in the silence told me otherwise. The weight of unanswered questions pressed harder, and despite myself, I reached for the phone again. This time, I opened the email. The message was short, almost curt, but its implications were anything but. We need to talk. There's more going on here than you realize. Meet me at the old pier tonight. Come alone. No signature. No name. I closed the laptop slowly, the screen's glow lingering in the dim room. My heart hammered, not from fear exactly, but from the sudden thrill of urgency. After days of quiet, of creeping suspicion, this was the first real sign that I might be on the right track. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves again. I debated, should I tell someone? Trust anyone? The knock at the door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone. I opened it to find Mara, her eyes sharp, a cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth. "You're still poking around," she said, voice low. "I figured you'd have given up by now." "I'm not here to give up," I said, stepping aside to let her in. Mara's gaze flicked toward the laptop, its blank screen like a silent witness. "Be careful," she warned. "Some things sleep for a reason. You wake them, and they bite." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she was already moving toward the window, peering out through the curtains. "Tonight, then," she said abruptly. "If you're going to meet whoever sent that, I'll come with you." "No," I said. "They want me alone." Her eyes narrowed. "Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you." Later, as dusk thickened, I found myself walking toward the pier, the cold air biting at my skin. A figure waited at the far end, back to me. "Who sent you?" I asked, voice quieter than I expected. The figure turned. It was Jonas, someone I hadn't seen in years, the last person I thought I'd meet again here. "We don't have time," he said, eyes scanning the shadows. "But you need to know, the piece you're chasing? It's a lie. It never was real." I swallowed hard. "Then what is real?" Jonas hesitated, glancing behind him, then back. "The truth. And it's darker than you think." The night air was sharp against my face as I walked toward the pier, the wind carrying a briny taste that made my tongue itch. I kept my eyes on the uneven wooden planks beneath my feet, slick with dampness, but my thoughts were tangled in Mara's warning. Some things sleep for a reason. You wake them, and they bite. She sounded almost amused, but the weight behind her words settled in my chest like concrete. The pier stretched into the dark water, creaking faintly with each gust. A single lamp flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced and warped like restless ghosts. I stopped halfway, the solitude pressing down so heavily it made my skin crawl. I wasn't expecting anyone, but the feeling of being watched wasn't just paranoia anymore. I pulled my jacket tighter, the rough fabric scratching at my neck as I fumbled with my phone, trying to steady my trembling hands. The screen lit up, and I scrolled through the latest emails again, messages from strangers whose names I didn't recognize, talking about meetings and deadlines I had no memory of. One email had an attachment, a photo of a room that wasn't mine, a cluttered office with a calendar marking a date 2 weeks from now. I blinked at it, the edges blurring. A sudden noise made me jump. Somewhere off to my left, a dog barked, sharp, urgent. I swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the cold night. Maybe it was just a neighbor's pet, but it felt like a warning. I wasn't ready to admit it, but I was in over my head. Back at the rental, the house was colder than I remembered. I flicked on the kitchen light, but the bulb buzzed and sputtered before settling into a dim glow. The air smelled faintly of mildew mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain. I pulled open the fridge, hoping for something to ground me. Mostly just leftovers and a half-empty bottle of water. I sat down at the kitchen table, the wood rough under my fingers, and opened the laptop again. It had powered on this time, but the desktop was blank, except for a single folder named Archives. I hesitated before clicking it open. Inside were dozens of files, emails, photos, text documents, all time-stamped over the last 5 years. I skimmed through a few, and the names were different each time, but the pattern was the same. People trapped in this house, their lives bleeding into one another like a bad dream. Some mentioned strange disappearances, others hinted at surveillance. A few had desperate pleas for help. I swallowed hard. How could I explain this? To whom? Mara's warning echoed again. The laptop pinged a new message. My breath caught. The sender was anonymous, and the subject line read, "You're closer than you think." I stared at the screen, the room suddenly too quiet. The hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock on the wall, it all seemed amplified. The message contained a single line, "Look behind you." I spun around. Nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper and the dim light flickering overhead. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst. Later, I found Mara on the porch, leaning against the railing, cigarette glowing faintly in the dark. She looked up as I approached, eyes sharp and unreadable. "You got it," she said simply. "What?" I asked, voice hoarse. The message. The warning. I hesitated. Someone's watching me. Or us. But why? What do they want? Mara took a long drag, then flicked the cigarette into the night. Control. Fear. Power. Pick your poison. Her words were vague but chilling. Have you ever been inside? Where they keep the cameras? She nodded. Once. It's worse than you think. Not just watching. They make you question what's real. I swallowed again, the cold air burning my throat. I don't know if I can do this. She gave me a crooked smile. You don't have a choice anymore. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the curtains, warm and insistent. I woke with a start, my head pounding. My phone buzzed relentlessly on the bedside table. I grabbed it, squinting at the screen. More emails. More photos, this time of me, or someone who looked exactly like me, standing in places I'd never been. One was dated yesterday, showing me at a cafe I didn't remember visiting. I scrolled further, and then I found a message from a number I didn't recognize. The text was short, almost casual. You're not alone. I sat up, the sheets tangled around my legs. The room felt suffocating, the walls closing in. I tried to shake off the unease, but it clung to me, a cold shadow in the morning light. I decided I needed more than emails and photos. I needed to find the source. Later that day, I met Mara at the edge of the property, near an old, rusted gate that led into the woods. She pulled out a small flashlight, its beam narrow and jittery. Follow me, she said, voice low. As we walked, the forest swallowed the noise of the world. The scent of damp earth and pine filled my lungs. Branches scraped against my jacket, and the uneven ground threatened to trip me up. Mara moved with purpose, her footsteps sure and steady. We reached a clearing where a small, dilapidated shed stood, half hidden by vines. The wood was cracked and splintered, the door hanging loosely on its hinges. Inside, I saw wires coiled like snakes and screens, some cracked, others flickering with static. Surveillance hub, Mara explained. They watch everything. Every room. Every movement. I ran my fingers over the dusty console, the plastic cold and sticky beneath my touch. A sudden noise made me jump, a phone ringing, sharp and insistent, coming from somewhere inside the shed. Mara didn't flinch. I picked up the receiver. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper. A pause, then a voice, a woman's, soft, distant, and strained. You shouldn't be here. The line went dead. Walking back to the house, my mind raced. The threat was real. Not ghosts or time loops, but people watching, waiting. I thought about the emails, the photos, the messages from strangers tied to lives I was never meant to know. And now, the warning on the phone. I glanced over at Mara, who was silent, her face unreadable. We need a plan, I said. Shadows stretched along the hallway walls, whispering secrets no one dared to hear. Her eyes met mine, steady and cold. Tomorrow night, she said, we find out who's really pulling the strings. The wind picked up, rattling the windows as the house seemed to breathe around us. Some things, I realized, were far worse than sleep. The phone went dead in my hand, the silence on the other end almost heavier than the voice that had just warned me. I lowered the receiver slowly, like it might snap under the weight of what I'd just heard. Mara's eyes didn't leave the cracked console, but I could feel the shift in her posture, tense, closed off, like she was bracing for something I hadn't yet grasped. We need a plan, I said again, louder this time. The words felt hollow, brittle, as if saying them out loud made everything more real. Mara finally looked up. Her face was drawn tight, eyes sharper than before. There is no plan. Not yet. That hit me like a punch to the gut. No plan. We were just fumbling in the dark, and whatever was watching us was waiting for us to make a mistake. The shed door creaked behind us, a sudden sound that made me spin around. Mara tensed, fingers twitching near her jacket pocket. But it was just the wind, or maybe the owls settling. Still, the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt charged, thick with something unspoken. I shrugged off the chill, forcing myself to focus. Okay, no plan. But we can't just sit here. I want to know who's behind those cameras. Who's been sending the emails, the photos. My voice cracked on photos, the memory of faces I'd never met but who knew me too well, clawing at my sanity. Mara nodded, her jaw tight. There's a reason they chose this place. The isolation, the silence, it's perfect for watching without being seen. But it's not just about observation. It's control. Control? I echoed, swallowing hard. The idea felt too invasive, like I'd already lost something I didn't know I had. Think about it, she said, stepping closer. You wake up every day to lives you never lived. Strangers' messages, emails, photos. It's not coincidence. They want to confuse you, disorient you, make you question your own reality. They want you trapped inside their system. I blinked, the room tilting slightly. Why me? Why this house? Because you're the variable. The mistake in the equation. Mara's voice dropped to a whisper. They never expected you to dig this deep. To find the shed. To answer that phone. I swallowed again, bitter and dry. So, I'm stuck here because I'm a mistake? She shook her head. No. Because you're dangerous. Dangerous. The word rippled through me. I wasn't a hero, not by any stretch. But dangerous? Maybe to them, whoever they were. The owls creaked around us, the walls settling with a groan that sounded almost like a warning. The faint hum of the electronics in the shed pulsed in my ears, a reminder that someone, somewhere, was watching. We can't leave, Mara said suddenly. Not now. I frowned. Why not? I'm done with this place, done with the lies. She shook her head firmly. Because the roads are watched. The cell towers are compromised. Leaving means stepping right into their hands. My hands trembled. I didn't want to believe it, but the thought of being trapped, really trapped, made my stomach twist. I paced the narrow space between us, eyes flicking to the cracked screens. Static danced across one, then sharpened into a blurry hallway shot. Somewhere beyond those walls, eyes were still fixed on me. Then what do we do? I asked, voice low and tight. Mara hesitated. We learn what they want. We find their weakness. Easier said than done, I muttered. The cabin felt suffocating now, the shadows in the corners too thick, too alive. The next morning didn't bring relief. The sun slanted through the curtains, but the day that greeted me was the same as the last, the emails, the photos, the voices of strangers. I stared at the screen of my phone, the messages piling up like a mountain I couldn't climb. Some were personal, intimate even, referencing events I never attended, conversations I never had. Others were more sinister, thinly veiled threats cloaked in polite language. One email caught my eye, subject line blunt and chilling, "You can't hide." The sender was anonymous, but the timestamp was recent, like they were close. I showed Mara. She frowned deeply, tracing a finger over the screen. They're testing you. Seeing how you react. Testing me how? Like an experiment? Exactly. Her eyes darkened. And experiments don't stop until they get their data. The walls seemed to close in tighter. I ran my hands through my hair, tasting the dryness on my tongue, feeling the rough plaster under my fingertips as I leaned against the kitchen counter. The house smelled faintly of mildew and old wood, but beneath that, something else cleaner, sharper. Maybe fear. Later, I found Mara sitting in the living room, staring at a map spread across the floor. Pins and notes scattered like a chaotic constellation. I knelt beside her, heart pounding. "Where did you get this?" I asked. "From the Sheds network," she said. "The cameras aren't just here. They're everywhere, roads, nearby towns, even inside other houses. We're part of a surveillance grid." I traced a shaky finger along one of the routes marked in red. "So, if we try to leave, they'll know immediately." "Exactly." Mara's voice was grim. "They want control, not just of this house, but of everything connected to it. And us? We're the linchpin." The idea felt absurd. A quiet vacation rental turned into the center of some sprawling, invasive surveillance operation. But the evidence was undeniable. I thought of the messages again, the photos of me in places I'd never been, the emails that hinted at watching, waiting. Someone was playing a game, and I was the pawn. Is there no way out? My voice was barely above a whisper. Mara shook her head. "Not without them knowing. Not without consequences." Consequences. The word echoed relentlessly. What kind? What price would I pay for trying to escape? That night, I couldn't sleep. The owls groaned and whispered around me, every creak amplified in the silence. I lay awake, listening to the faint hum of unseen electronics, the scratching of branches outside. The loneliness was suffocating, but worse was the knowledge that I was being watched, monitored, cataloged. I pulled out my phone again, scrolling through the messages until one caught my breath, a photo, grainy in black and white, of me standing in the living room. Taken just hours ago. The caption, "We see you." A sudden knock at the front door made me jump. A heavy stillness pressed down from the ceiling, wrapping the air around me like a thick, suffocating blanket. "No one's supposed to be here," she said quietly. Another knock, louder this time. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal rising in my throat. "We have to see who it is," Mara said, grabbing a flashlight. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to stay away. Together, we moved toward the door, the floorboards creaking beneath our feet like a warning. Mara's hand trembled slightly as she reached for the handle. The knock came again. Sharp. Insistent. And then, a voice low, calm, unmistakably familiar. "Open up. It's time to talk." The knock came again. Louder this time. Sharp. Insistent. I froze, phone still in my hand, its screen glowing faintly in the dark. Outside, the wind rattled the porch light, casting jittery shadows across the peeling paint of the front door. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and dust sticking to my throat. "Who is it?" I called out, voice cracking despite my effort to sound steady. No answer. Just the knock again, 3 times, slow, measured, deliberate. My hands trembled. I wanted to back away, slam the door shut, lock it tight. But curiosity, or maybe something worse, desperation, pulled me forward. I peered through the peephole. Nothing. Just the empty porch, the dark outline of a tree branch scraping against the railing. The air smelled faintly of rain, damp earth, and something metallic that I couldn't place. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. "Hello?" I tried once more, louder. "If this is a joke." Silence. The knock didn't come again. I stepped back, heart still hammering, and leaned against the door. The house suddenly felt colder, as if the walls themselves were watching. My phone vibrated in my hand. Another message. From an unknown number. We're closer than you think. I dropped the phone onto the floor and it bounced against the wooden planks with a hollow thud. Every nerve screamed at me to run, to leave this place, but I was rooted there, trapped in the weight of the unknown. Then, the sound of footsteps. Soft, deliberate, pacing just beyond the porch. Not running, not frantic, but deliberate enough to unsettle me completely. I moved away from the door, my breath shallow. The living room felt suffocating, the shadows thicker than before. I tried to steady myself, pressing my back against the wall, fingers curling into the rough plaster. The texture was gritty, real, something solid in a night full of uncertainty. "Mara," I whispered, though she was nowhere near. "If you're still here, what do I do?" The phone buzzed again. This time, a new email arrived. Subject line, "Your choices matter." The body was empty, except for an attached photo. My own face, framed in a cracked mirror. But my eyes, there was something off. A flicker of fear, maybe desperation, or maybe something darker I didn't recognize in myself. I closed the phone, heart racing. The footsteps stopped just outside the window. I could hear breathing, slow and steady, but not mine. I wanted to scream, to bolt. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Just the wind picking up, rattling the window pane like fingernails scratching against glass. I sank to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees. The messages, the photos, the endless loop of days that weren't mine, everything pointed to one terrifying truth. I wasn't alone. And whoever was out there knew everything. The owls groaned again, louder this time. A sound like a sigh, or maybe a warning. I pressed my ear to the floorboards, trying to catch any hint of movement below. Silence, except for the faint hum of the heater kicking on. I wasn't sure what scared me more, the possibility of being watched or the idea that I might be going mad. Suddenly, the power blinked. The lights flickered, plunging the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into darkness for a brief, heart-stopping moment before the soft glow of the bedside lamp returned. I didn't dare move. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the distant call of a dog somewhere in the night. I remembered the photos, me in places I never visited, with people I never met. The messages that hinted at someone waiting, watching, controlling this whole nightmare. And Mara's words, "Not without consequences." What consequences? What price? The thought gnawed at me, a cold pit growing in my stomach. If I tried to escape, would they punish me? Would they let me go at all? Or was this house, this loop, some kind of trap I couldn't break free from? I forced myself to stand, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. I moved to the window, peering out into the night. The porch was empty now, but the footprints in the dirt told a different story, fresh, and leading away from the house. I followed them with my eyes, tracing a path into the shadows of the trees. The forest pressed close, dark and silent, like a living thing waiting. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft whisper, almost inaudible, coming from the hallway behind me. "Don't trust them," the voice hissed. I spun around. Empty hallway. Just the flickering shadows. I wasn't sure if I'd heard it or if the house was finally unraveling my mind. I needed to find Mara. If she was real. If she wasn't part of this too. My phone buzzed again. Another message, this one a text conversation thread, fingers typing and erasing, typing again. "You're closer than you think. But you don't want to find me." I dropped the phone, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick and heavy, like breathing underwater. Then, a faint tapping at the back door. The back door, the one I hadn't noticed before, hidden behind a stack of firewood. My breath caught. I walked toward it slowly, every muscle tense. The tapping stopped. I reached out, hand trembling, and touched the cold metal handle. The door was unlocked. I hesitated. Part of me screamed to run, to bolt, to escape whatever horror was waiting outside. Another part, the part that had been trapped in this endless loop of fake mornings and foreign lives, urged me to see this through. I pulled the door open. Nothing. Just darkness. The night air smelled of pine and earth, cool and sharp against my skin. Then, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward. Not a stranger. Not a ghost. Mara. Her eyes were wide, frantic, and for the first time, I saw something real in her expression. Fear. Pure, raw, and desperate. "We don't have much time," she said, voice low. "They know you're awake. They're coming." The weight of her words hit me like a punch. I wanted to ask who they were, why this was happening. I woke up to the same silence I'd come to dread, but this time it felt different. The air was colder, sharper, like it was holding its breath. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising along my arms despite the warmth of the blanket. The clock on the nightstand glowed 6:15 a.m., relentless and accusing. Except, this morning, something was off. No emails blinking on my phone screen, no new messages waiting in the inbox, no photos I didn't recognize. Nothing but the quiet hum of the house and the distant call of a bird outside. For a long moment, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, running my fingers over the rough plaster, trying to convince myself this was real. Not one of those days I never lived, not a new life forced on me by some cruel, invisible hand. The house was quiet, and I was alone inside it. Finally, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, feet finding the cool wood floor, and stood up. The house creaked, settling like an old man stretching. I moved through the room slowly, each step measured, like I was testing the limits of this place. The kitchen smelled faintly of stale coffee, the sink still wet with yesterday's dishes. No new notes or strange photos. No messages from strangers whose lives I'd been forced to live through their digital shadows. I tried to breathe normally, but my chest tightened. I wasn't sure if relief or suspicion was twisting my insides. I sat down at the kitchen table, fingers brushing over the grain of the wood. The sunlight spilled through the windows, casting long, soft shadows. The quiet was almost unbearable. I should have felt free, but instead, there was this heavy emptiness, like the house itself was holding a secret I couldn't pry loose. The phone buzzed suddenly. My heart leapt, and I snatched it up, expecting the usual flood of messages. But it was just a weather alert, routine and mundane. No new life waiting for me in its glow. For the first time in days, I breathed out all the tension I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe the loop was broken. Maybe I was free. But freedom came with a price. I thought back to the man I'd seen in the photos, Mark, I think his name was. A stranger whose life had intertwined with mine in the most terrifying way. I'd watched his emails, his calendar, his messages to people who didn't exist in my life. How many days had I lived as him? How many mornings did I wake up inside his skin? The thought made my hands tremble. I still didn't know why. Why me? Why this house? Why those lives? The questions felt endless, spiraling into silence. I decided I needed to leave, to get out of the house, out of the loop entirely. But when I tried the front door, it stuck. I jiggled the handle, frustration rising, but the lock wouldn't budge. There was no sign of force lock or damage, just a stubborn refusal to open. Panic bubbled just beneath my skin. I stepped back, breathing uneven, my mind racing for explanations. Was I still trapped here? Was the loop some kind of psychological trap, or worse, a cruel game played by someone else? I checked the windows. Most were locked tight, but one in the living room was slightly ajar. The fresh air smelled like pine and damp earth, a reminder of the forested hills outside. I climbed onto the windowsill, feeling the roughness of the wood under my palms. The drop wasn't high, but enough to make my knees shake. I hesitated, then slipped through. Outside, the world felt absurdly calm. The sun was higher now, warming the cool morning air. Birds sang, leaves rustled in a gentle breeze. Everything was normal, except me standing in a stranger's yard, half in, half out of the house that had held me captive. I took a deep breath and started walking, putting distance between the house and myself. The road curved through the trees, the smell of wet earth and pine filling my lungs. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to move. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into a small town. The streets were quiet, mostly empty except for a few early risers. I ducked into a cafe, the bell over the door jingling softly. The smell of fresh coffee and baked bread was a balm to my frayed nerves. The barista gave me a tired smile. "You look like you haven't slept." "I haven't," I said, voice rough. She nodded, handed me a steaming cup. "Long night?" I hesitated, then said, "More like a long few days." I didn't mention the house or the loop. I couldn't risk sounding insane. Instead, I asked about the nearest phone charger, a place with Wi-Fi, anything that would help me connect to the world beyond the house. She pointed me toward the library, a small brick building down the street. "You'll find what you need there." I thanked her, clutching the cup like a lifeline. Outside, the town felt real, tactile, people walking dogs, a kid kicking a soccer ball, an old man reading a newspaper on a bench. The normalcy was jarring. At the library, I plugged in my phone, fingers trembling as I powered it up. The screen lit up, and I immediately checked my email. No new messages from strangers. No photos of lives I didn't live. No evidence that the loop had followed me here. But then, a new email popped up, subject line, "Welcome back." I froze. The sender was an address I didn't recognize. I opened it carefully. "Hello," it read, "you're finally out. But not free. Not yet." My hand shook so hard I almost dropped the phone. The message felt like a tether pulling me back to the house, to the loop I thought I'd escaped. I looked up from the screen, the quiet library suddenly feeling too small, too confining. I wanted to run, to hide, but where? I realized then that the horror had never been just the loop itself. It was the idea that someone else was watching, controlling, waiting. The thought made my skin crawl. Not ghosts or spirits, people. Real people. The ultimate nightmare. I spent the afternoon in the library, piecing together everything I could find online about the house and its previous renters. There were stories, scattered and vague, about disappearances and strange behavior, but nothing definitive. It was as if the house was a magnet for lost souls, a place where reality bent and twisted, but no one dared to speak openly about it. By evening, I understood the truth. The loop was a control mechanism, a psychological trap designed to break people down, to erase their sense of self and replace it with something else. It was a prison without bars, built from time and memory. I didn't want to be a part of it anymore. So I made a choice. That night, with the sky dark and the town quiet, I returned to the house.